the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes dependent upon the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council on Tuesday, July 12, 2022. I would like to invite Casey Way, Associate Pastor of the First Presbyterian Church in Burbank, to lead us in the invocation this evening. Will everyone please stand and remain standing for the flag salute? Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. And on behalf of members of the council and our community leaders, on behalf of the First Presbyterian Church of Burbank, I'm grateful to be here and to do the invocation tonight. Let us pray. Almighty God, we thank you for this moment where we can gather together. We thank you for our leaders. We thank you for their faithfulness. We pray tonight that you would bless them. For our community, we pray for kids and families, for all of our adults, young and old and in between. We pray for them tonight. We pray for those who are in summer school. We pray for those who are teaching still right now. Bless our teachers. God, we pray blessings upon our law enforcement. We pray blessings on our doctors, our hospitals, those who care for people who are in need of healing and care. For those struggling with COVID still, we pray for your healing. God, for those who are grieving loss tonight, for whatever the reason, we pray that you would give them comfort and shalom. For this world that you've given us, we pray for peace and shalom. We pray for your peace to fall down upon this community. Bless the conversation tonight. May it be productive. May it be a way for us to move back out into the community and to do the work that you've called us all to do. For this we give you thanks. Amen.
Please join me in repeating our pledge to our great flag. Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Frutos.
Good evening and a groovy feeling to be here.
Good evening. Councilmember Schultz.
Present.
Thank you. And Councilmember Springer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Anthony.
Good to be back. I missed last time.
Nice to have you back. And Mayor Talamantes.
You were gone? Anyway, present. Thank you. We would like to advise the community that there will be 6, yes, you heard it right, 6 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period. Public comment for the reports to council will be taken in person only. The first period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item. If you would like to participate in general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Additional in-person only public comment period will be available after each report to council. We have 5 announcements this evening.
The following are announcements for July 12th, 2022. The Starlight Bowl is excited to present a full lineup of high-quality entertainment. Enjoy a concert under the stars at Burbank's premier concert venue. Headliners include Yachtly Crew, Corazon de Maná, the Fab Four, the Spasmatics, and more. In addition, special engagement concerts include Big Bad Voodoo Daddy, Mariachi Vargas de Tacliclan, Thomas Anders, and more. Full lineup and tickets are available online at starlightbowl.com or at the Parks and Recreation Administration offices located at 150 North 3rd Street on the 3rd floor. Available Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. We'll see you at the Starlight Bowl. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one vacancy on the Planning Board for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to submit an application is Wednesday, July 27th at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. Vaccination proof or medical religious exemption will be required of all applicants. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. On July 1st, the City of Burbank launched the New Organics Recycling Program. This program was created in response to California Senate Bill 1383, which requires organic waste, such as food soiled paper, and yard trimmings to be included in the green cart collection bin. Organic waste is a large contributor to the emission of methane, a harmful greenhouse gas, and the statewide mandate will help curb the negative impacts on our environment. To learn more about the city's new organics recycling program, please visit burbankrecycle.org. Join the more than 2,000 citizens who have already downloaded the Our Burbank 311 mobile app and submitted over 2,700 service requests. The app improves how residents obtain important city information, report problems, request services, and connect with our
One state, one city, one water. California is in a drought, and residents statewide have been asked to reduce water use by 15%. In Burbank, we've adopted the Sustainable Water Use Ordinance. The ordinance features 6 stages of water use restrictions, all aimed towards reducing water waste and raising conservation to fight the drought. Burbank is currently in Stage 3, which features a few guidelines to be aware of. From April through October, outdoor watering is limited to 2 days per week, on Tuesday and Saturday. Watering on these days is allowed before 9 a.m. or after 6 p.m., with up to 15 minutes per irrigation station. Attended hand watering is allowed any day of the week, as long as it's before 9 a.m. or after 6 p.m. During the cooler months of November through March, outdoor watering is limited to Saturdays only. Under Stage 3 of the Sustainable Water Use Ordinance, the use of outdoor evaporative cooling devices, such as water misters, is not allowed. Filling ornamental bodies of water is also prohibited, unless recycled water is used. Low-volume irrigation systems are exempt from the 15-minute rule, but must comply to the 2 days per week watering schedule. Swimming pools, wading pools, and spas must also be covered when not in use. Each higher stage increases water use restrictions, and it's important for Burbank to conserve water now to prevent changing stages in the future. One way for Burbankers to do their part is to be mindful and aware of water usage in the city. If you've noticed a water wasting condition in Burbank, fill out our online form to report any failure to comply with watering rules. If you've received a citation, correcting the violation is the first step. If corrections are not made, fines are $100 for the first violation, $200 for the second, and $500 for every violation thereafter. More than 100,000 people call Burbank their home, and efforts in water conservation can help all of us in Southern California. Remember, every drop of water saved today is one that we can use tomorrow. For more information on conservation, stages, and enforcement, visit burbankwaterandpower.com/drought.
We have one council presentation on the agenda this evening. I invite Mr. Barry Gassau, Chair of the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Board, to join me at the podium for the presentation of a proclamation declaring July 2022 as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Burbank. Mr. Gassau, how are you?
Never better, sir.
Welcome. Since July 1985, July is celebrated across the nation as Parks and Recreation Month. The City of Burbank, together with the National Recreation and Park Association, recognizes the power of parks and recreation to build strong, vibrant, and resilient communities. Now the script says, read the proclamation. You see all those we're asking? You want to share some of this?
That'll be my guest.
Oh, thank you very much.
I have my
Proclamation, Parks and Recreation Month, whereas Parks and Recreation, in small print too, promotes physical, emotional, thanks, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. And whereas Parks and Recreation creates memorable experiences for all ages through meaningful and engaging programs and events, and whereas Parks and Recreation supports human development and endless learning opportunities that foster social, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in people of all ages and abilities, and whereas Parks and Recreation sustains stewards of our natural resources by protecting habitats and open space, connecting people to nature, and promoting the ecological function of parkland. And whereas Parks and Recreation remains versatile and innovative in providing vital services to communities through local, national, or global emergencies. And whereas July is designated as Parks and Recreation Month by the U.S. House of Representatives and celebrated across the nation, now therefore I, Jesse Talamontes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do here proclaim July 2022 as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Burbank. We celebrate our Parks and Recreation Department, which supports, engages, and enriches our community. Signed this 12th day of July 2022. There you go. Present it to you.
Thank you, sir.
Get those notes back
Is that
here.
those?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Mayor Talamontes, and the rest of the City Council and staff. Good evening. My name is Barry Gusso, and I serve as the chair on the Park and Recreation Board. I'd also like to introduce my fellow board members, Board Member Aaron Marcellian and Board Member Ashley Ramsey. We have two additional board members celebrating at home today, Vice Chair Maisha Gamino and Board Member Lori Durbin. I would also like to acknowledge some other commission members and committee members, Eric Connor with the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, Charla Elizabeth, Art and Public Places, and I think Perla Obel was supposed to be here, but I'm not sure she's here. Is she here? No, okay. So I have the honor of receiving this proclamation on behalf of the dedicated Parks and Recreation staff, and let me tell you, this is my second time standing here in a couple of months receiving awards for this staff. And I feel kind of guilty because they should be receiving, not me. They do the work. I'm inspired by the professionals who work day in and day out to deliver innovative and inclusive programming for all ages. Thank you to the Parks and Recreation Department for all they do for Burbank. We thank you for maintaining our beautiful parks, trails, public spaces, and street trees, for protecting and preserving our environment and inspiring people to explore natural surrounding, for engaging youth and teens in a variety of positive and life-changing activities, for serving our older adults and homebound population with nutritious meals, daily support, and resources and recreational opportunities, for providing people of all ages the opportunity to recreate and play through recreation classes, special events, and diverse programming, for supporting families with quality childcare throughout the year, for enriching our lives with arts and culture, for fostering a healthy and active community with top-notch sports and aquatic programs, for developing community leaders, inspiring volunteerism, and creating meaningful community connections, for upholding holistic approaches to animal welfare and protecting our wildlife, for championing equitable access to all residents by implementing the Citywide Burbank Pass program, for offering unique facilities, including an amazing concert venue, the Starlight Bowl, community gardens, 2 pools, 3 recreation centers, 2 older adult centers and a community center, a nature center, a skate park, the Bell Golf Club, a theater, the Veterans Memorial, the Betsy Lukey Creative Arts Center with an art gallery and studio, public art, diverse playgrounds and fitness equipment. And yes, there's more. Multiple outdoor sports courts, a roller hockey facility and ball fields, and the Burbank Animal Shelter, and for providing frontline customer service and being responsive to ever-changing community needs. Please join me in celebrating the passionate individuals who make a tremendous impact in our community. We prepared a short video to highlight some of their amazing accomplishments.
My name is Randy Henson. I'm a groundskeeper with the City of Burbank.
Hi, I'm Sylvia Guerra, and I've been working with the city for 22 years. I am so happy and thrilled to work with seniors.
Hi, my name is Leah. This is going to be my 3rd year working here at the City of Burbank, 3rd summer. I'm so excited. I absolutely love summer camps because I get to engage more with the kids. You're not in school, so it's just fun seeing them really excited on field trips and swim days. And I just love working for Parks and Rec with all the enthusiasm, all my coworkers, and all the smiles we see all the time.
I think the best thing about Burbank sports is the impact that it makes on our children's lives. I didn't get to play sports when I was young, so seeing the kids today having fun, making friends, learning valuable life lessons is something that I hope every kid gets to do.
The Burbank Volunteer Program is important to the community because it gives individuals an opportunity to learn lifelong skills and also to be connected within the community.
The Nature Center is great because it provides an opportunity for the adults and the children in our community. Nowadays, we have so much technology and virtual resources that it's nice to have a place to go to learn about new things, to learn about helping their environment.
We're here at Tuttle to keep everybody active, happy, social.
It brings the seniors out of their homes to a place to socialize, to have some fun, and to eat some good food.
The favorite part of my job is to see the seniors come in, see the smiles on their faces, the excitement that they have, and that I am honored to at least give them a nutritious, balanced, safe meal.
We get to touch the community in unique and different ways each and every day. Our program is pretty vast that we have a lot of different opportunities for individuals to get involved in some way, shape, or form.
My favorite part about working for this city, this department, is the ability to connect with our community, help them thrive, help them grow. We put on amazing programs for our youth all the way up to our seniors. Whatever interests you may have, there's something here for you.
What I really love about the admin office and being up here, that engagement that we have with the residents, kind of just more like that informational, that education that we are able to give our residents, and that satisfies our staff at the end of the day.
I love working for Parks and Rec because it's a family and I feel so at home here. So do all our patrons. It's their happy place and this is my happy place. I'm working at Parks and Rec.
We have a great crew. They're all easy to get along with. It's like a family here.
One thing that I'm really happy about is I know that the Parks and Rec department really fosters a team environment.
We work together behind the scenes. We help each other. When something needs to be done, we can stop, turn on a dime, and help that person.
We get to be right in the trenches with the community. So we help to make those decisions about what programming we should have, how many people should be in those programs. And again, it's that human aspect. We interact with everyone. We meet so many great people.
In a very positive way, we are always working on something new. There's always a recreational opportunity out there, and there's never an empty weekend that's here.
I'm proud to be a part of a department that gets to really help people and create joy. I think that's what keeps us motivated, keeps us inspired.
I would like to say thank you to the City of Burbank and Parks and Rec for having me on board and being part of the team, because I sure love it here.
I think one word that describes our department is inspiring.
Happy.
Heartfelt.
Friendly.
Impactful.
Resilient.
Fun. Amazing.
We make things happen.
On a personal note, I've had the great opportunity to work with a lot of these people, having been on this board now for in excess of 10 years. And I know quite a number of them. And the one word that we haven't mentioned tonight is passion. And they all, every single last one of them, has the passion to do the things that they're supposed to do and the things that they do to serve our community. And I am proud to be the chair of this board for that reason. Thank you. Now I'd like to invite the other board members, committee members to come up and join us in a photo.
Thank you. Come on in. Yes. Oh, sorry.
Here we are.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, staff. Thank you, everybody. And on a personal note, I want to share the fact that I was on the Parks and Recreation Board for 9 years before I joined the council. Amazing department, and that's just one department among many within the city. It's only 17.2 square miles. You saw all of that and everything that Mr. Gasso mentioned, that's in the 17.2 square miles. Amazing city, that's why we love it and that's why we live here. Or work here or play. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody. Yeah, where is the staff? Staff, come on up. Yes, everybody in staff. You consider yourself staff, come on up. Take a knee.
Actually, Diana, you're good.
I mean, you just did the video, but that's okay.
Ready? Hold that for me, please.
Mr. City Manager, do you have a report tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We actually have two new hires to the city that I'd actually like to introduce tonight. Let's see, where is Jennifer? The first person I'd like to introduce that will introduce our new purchasing manager is Jennifer Becker, our financial services director. So she could make it up. I lost her in the Park and Rec staff.
I'm in the back. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Jennifer Becker with the Financial Services Department. Tonight, I have the pleasure of introducing you to our new purchasing manager, Elisa De Hoyos. She comes to us from just up the road at the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport Authority, where she served as the senior manager for procurement since 2016. She also has prior experience in the water utility and construction industries. As Burbank's purchasing manager, Elisa will lead an incredibly busy team of 7 staff members who provide centralized procurement services to all city departments, buying everything from paper to police cars to public construction projects. She's a member of the California Association of Public Procurement Officials, the National Contract Management Association, and the National Institute for Governmental Purchasing. And we think her background and experience will make her an outstanding asset to the city, and we couldn't be happier to have her on our team. So welcome, Ms. De Hoyos.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, City Council members. I'm very pleased to be here. As Jennifer said, I'm Elisa De Hoyos, and I am your new purchasing manager. I come to you with 20 plus years of experience in contracting and procurement, both on the public sector and private sector side. My last 6 years were at Hollywood Burbank Airport, and I'm pleased to be with the city, and I'm really excited to lead your purchasing team. So thank you.
Welcome to the family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then if I could have Mr. Prescott come up to introduce our new building official.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I am happy to introduce our new building official, Mr. Mario Osuna. I want to say a few words about Mario and the division that he will lead before he speaks to you. The building division is one of the 4 major divisions in this community development department, and the person in charge of that division is an assistant director, so that's Mario. The Building and Safety Division does hundreds of code enforcement inspections a year, 4,000 building permits a year, 20,000 building inspections, and up to 12,000 business registrations through our business tax and business license section. It's a very important division, and we did a long search with significant response from people with a lot of great credentials. And in the end, one of our guys, internal, since 2004, Mario Osuna, rose to the top, and we're just thrilled to have him in the role of building official.
Thank you, Patrick. Council members, as Patrick said, my name is Mario Osuna, and I am very excited and very grateful for the opportunity to serve the city of Burbank as a building official. I started in 2004 with the city and was very fortunate to have my entire career here out of college. So 18 years, I served as a plan check engineer, then senior plan check engineer, and then for a brief stint as the plan check manager. So I've seen a lot of change in the city, and I know there's a lot of change coming as well with a lot of the big development that's on the horizon, and a lot of the residential ADUs that are coming our way. So I'm very eager and excited to see these challenges, and hopefully if I do a good job, I can serve for another 18 years. Thank you.
Congratulations on your promotion. We have 2 presentations on the agenda this evening. The first presentation is an update from the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Airport Authority. I welcome Mr. Frank Miller, Executive Director of the Hollywood Burbank Airport. Mr. Miller, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm very pleased to actually be here in person for a change to give you an update at what is happening at the airport. See if I can. Here we go. We are doing well at the airport. I'm very pleased to report that. And of course, the big item that everyone wants to hear about when we talk about the airport is where are we with this new terminal replacement program. As we've reported before, we put it on suspension right after the COVID crisis. The airport was focused really on survival for about 18 months, while we were also trying to maintain whatever progress we could maintain in developing a financial plan to be able to move forward. That is an ongoing issue for us. But we also wanted to re-engage the project itself, and we were able to do that late last year. But in May of this year, we made a change with our program management team, and we saw Jacobs coming on board to take the reins as far as leading the program forward. They've been doing a very good job. They are very energetic. We've seen a lot of progress in a very short period of time. The first activity that they were able to complete for us was to prepare and complete a request for qualifications. And that is the first step in hiring what we call a progressive design builder, someone who will come in and take the responsibility for the planning and the development and the construction of the facility. That process is what was started in May. On May 20th, the RFQ was issued. It closed about two and a half weeks ago, and we were very pleased. We had 5 nationally known firms respond to that RFQ. We do have a selection committee that is in the process of going through those proposals. We will be going forward on Monday, next Monday, to our commission to make a recommendation for a short list. And with that approval from our commission, we will then be able to issue a request for proposal. And so we are anticipating that that does happen this month, probably almost immediately after we receive the approval from our commission. We plan to issue that RFP. That will take about 30 plus days to work through that process. As we go through the process of notifying those firms, having given them the ability to put together a proposal, we will interview them. And we anticipate that to happen probably sometime around November, with the goal, as you can see here, that at our commission meeting in December, we want to award the contract for the progressive design builder. And with that in place, they will then have 45 days to review our cost estimate. A lot has happened since that original cost estimate. We all know what's going on in the construction industry, not just for commercial. I'm going through that with some private construction at my house, and it's difficult. And we are hoping that as we continue with the planning, when it comes time for us to actually be purchasing materials and moving forward with construction, that we will see some relief. But we're excited that we are looking at the ability to move forward towards that December approval. Now, from now until that happens, we will be doing what we call a concept of operations. Since I've been here, and I have to keep moving these dates around because of where we are and how we had to suspend, if we open a terminal building, say in 2026, we don't want to open a 2022 terminal building. And by that, I mean we know how fast technology changes. We know that the airline industry is constantly changing. So the concept of operations is an early engagement with our stakeholders. We want to talk to the airlines. How will you be operating? Some of you are very active in your ability to provide a system where you can check in your bags at home and print your bag tag at home and have your bag ready to go once you get to the airport to facilitate that process. We know that the industry most likely does not need the long linear ticket counter that you see today, that we've had for years and years and years, but we anticipate maybe some pods of computer monitors around the ticket lobby. So all of those things with the airlines have to be discussed. And it is difficult for them to give us a 5-year crystal ball look at how they're going to operate, but at least help us design a facility that is flexible. And that's the key word that we like to use. This terminal building has to be flexible. TSA, how do they screen passengers? Facial recognition, how does that come into play with the screening of passengers as they go through the terminal building? If we have another pandemic, do we have the flexibility to expand the queuing line to provide social distancing and then collapse it again once that pandemic is over? That's what we want to talk to the TSA about. How long of an area is now needed for their machines with the tables and the benches, and how do we do the trays that they use? And we also want to talk to the concessionaires. You go through airports right now, major airports, and you're ordering your food from your gate, and it's being delivered to you. And they have high tables where you can sit and have your soft drink and your sandwich while you're sitting at the gate waiting for the airplane. If you go over to Europe and a lot of places around the world, how they design their retail so that you're actually walking through an environment very similar to a department store. And you're walking through that as you leave security screening and get to your gate. Impulse buying is a pretty big deal, and we want to take advantage of that as well. And we need to talk to our own staff. We have a 92-year-old terminal building. When we open this new facility, what does that mean for our staffing? What type of staffing do we now need to bring on board that we simply don't need today just because of the age of the building? So all of those concepts come into play so that now with that information, and as the progressive design builder begins their work, we can guide the planning and development as we move forward. One of the reasons for the progressive design builder was to ensure that the commission and the authority has that control, and that we know exactly what the needs are of the facility and can guide that discussion. So that's what's going on right now. The next few months will be very busy in the selection of the progressive design builder, and at the same time doing this concept of operations to help us once they start work after the first of the year. With that, I've lost my, there we go. Passenger activity at the airport. We're coming back. We're starting to see numbers that are now exceeding pre-COVID numbers. And we're seeing that in April, we had almost a 5.6% increase over April of 2019. In May, that went to a positive 6.3% increase over May of 2019. And I can tell you that in March, it was about a 4.5% increase over what we saw in March of 2019. So that's telling us that the benefit of Burbank is that we historically have attracted leisure travelers. And those are the people who are flying right now. The majority of the passengers in the United States are still leisure. We're still waiting to see the business traveler come back. And the convenience of Burbank, it's still there. It is still a lot easier to get through our airport, and a lot of people would prefer to use Burbank over LAX, not only because of the congestion that they anticipate at the airport, but it's difficult to get there sometimes, and it takes a while to get there. So we're benefiting from that. And as you can see from this slide, it shows you how, while we're now seeing for the last 3 months some really positive growth, there are peaks and valleys. We're still seeing that. And we are optimistic as we continue to go forward through the summer season that we'll continue to see the increases that we are seeing right now. But we also recognize that at any time something can happen, and we can see an impact to our travel. So we continue to be very conservative in how we approach the airport operations, the financing, recognizing that things are going well now, but there's always an opportunity for something to disrupt that. So with our budget, it is a balanced budget. It was just recently approved by the commission. For the 10th year, we were able to say to the airlines, there is no increase to your rates and charges to operate at this airport. That has resulted in an extremely strong relationship with the airlines. The metric we use is cost per enplanement, cost per passenger, and basically that is once the concession revenues and all other revenues at the airport help to cover costs, whatever costs aren't covered by that, what we call the non-aeronautical revenue, then the airlines, under the terms and conditions of our contract, make up the difference. So whatever that difference is divided by the number of total passengers that go through the airport. So that's a way for us to compare ourselves with other airports around the country and locally. LAX, doing a lot of construction, incurring a lot of debt service. Cost per enplanement is about $50. It's a little high. Burbank, a 92-year-old terminal building, no debt service on that building. Our cost per passenger is just over $2. So that's a tremendous advantage for us as we talk to the airlines and they consider where they want to serve this region. Do they do it out of LAX? Do they do it out of Long Beach? Do they do it out of Burbank? So for the airlines, not only are we very affordable, but geographically we're located very well. And if people are going to a lot of the theme parks, as an example, and other recreational activities, it makes a lot of sense to come to the Burbank Airport. Frontier Airlines that came in last year did it for that very reason, that they knew it was cheaper to operate out of Burbank. And they didn't add flights into Burbank and continue to operate at LAX. They left LAX and came to Burbank. So we are very pleased with that. Our budget this year is based on our conservative approach of saying we will anticipate that we'll be down 15% in passengers for this year, and let's budget those numbers accordingly because that does impact how much our parking revenues are, how much our food and beverage income is. So taking that conservative approach, we budgeted a 15% decrease. And right now, with the numbers I just showed you and with the most recent graph, year to date this year, 2022 over 2019, we're only down 7%. So our conservative approach is going to pay off for us again. We're going to do well. We're confident about our budget being a strong budget throughout the year. Will it get to parity with 2019? Possibly. You know, we want to be cautiously optimistic about that. So with everything that's going on here with the airport, with our passenger traffic increasing the way it is, with our strong financial position, our airport was recently affirmed with an A rating, and also that our outstanding bonds that we do have in place, the outlook was raised to stable. So when you think about the last 2.5 years, for the airport to come out now with an A rating and a stable rating speaks volumes of the hard work that our financial people at the airport have been doing, and so we're very proud of that. So the message for the City Council is we're doing quite well. We have a very positive outlook for this fiscal year as far as the budget. We're starting to see a lot of traction now with the terminal replacement program. Next week, we anticipate that Vice President Emily Gable-Luddy will become president of our commission, and Commissioner Overham is here as well. And on behalf of the entire commission of the airport, I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening, and certainly if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer those.
Mr. Miller, thank you very much for your presentation. And I'd also like to recognize former mayor and current airport commissioner Emily Gable-Luddy is here. And I saw Mr. Overham early on. There he is. Mr. Overham, welcome tonight as well. Thank you for joining us. You know, like you said, Mr. Miller, Burbank Hollywood Airport is one of a kind. And when you look at those figures compared to LAX, now, I have a question in regards to, is there any projections to the new terminal, those costs, Is that $2 going to raise up to?
That is a discussion we have with the airlines every time we sit down. And yes, that certainly is going to go up as we begin to incur the debt for the project. That's why we're very sensitive to what this total package will be. That's why we're going after funding that typically airports have not had. We're now in discussions and have been in ongoing discussions with the Build America Bureau, which is part of the U.S. DOT. That's been for about 2.5 years now plus. And the money is called TIFIA. And Burbank is eligible to get on the dashboard with BAB because we are truly an intermodal transportation hub. We have the airlines, we have Metrolink and Amtrak at the north and south train stations, and we have the Burbank bus system and the transit system coming to us. So that has been key in our ability to identify that there are other funds that we have not been privy to in the past. It wasn't easy because there's always people who are competing for those kinds of funds, but Congressman Adam Schiff was very helpful. Congressman Garamendi was very helpful in making sure that the airports that meet the criteria of a multimodal train, rail, and plane operation can access those funds. So those discussions are continuing. But with that said, we're not sure yet what that cost per employment will be. That's why we're very anxious for this Progressive Design Builder to give us their estimate because they're really engaged in the construction community. But we know it's going up, but we will control that as much as we can. And the key for us doing that is to identify all sources of funding that is open to us.
You know, I've said this for years. Burbank is special because we have 2 freeways running through Burbank, 2 railroad lines running, and an airport. There's not too many cities that can say that, but we can. One more question real quick before I turn it over to my colleagues, see if they have any questions. And I get asked all the time, I love your airport, I love getting, being able to deep plane and get on the plane from the back. Are we still going to have that in the new terminal?
We think so, yes. When we did the charrettes, and the charrettes will be a part of how we guide the design of the new terminal. But it did come out that, yeah, people like that. And Southwest likes that, and they do it every day. Alaska Airlines does it every day. Why all the others don't with the 737 aircraft, I don't know. But we do anticipate that happening. We do know that the terminal is being built in a location where there is a significant grade shift. And so as we deal with that, it is possible that a couple of the gates may require a loading bridge. We'll be able to determine that once we get through the planning and design. But clearly there is a desire to continue to board from the back of the airplane.
Well, if it's possible, I want to be one of the first group that does that. Anyway, colleagues, you have any questions of Mr. Miller? Councilmember Frutos?
Yeah, I've got a question for both our commissioners, so if you guys can come up here. Sorry to put you on the hot seat, but I have some questions. Whoever would like to go first?
Depends on the question.
They're easy questions. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Gabeletti. For the benefit of the public, what commissions do you sit on outside of a normal authority meeting? Committees, special committees within the authority? Because sometimes the community members really don't know what our authority members do. So what are you involved in?
That's a hard question.
Oh.
But council member, the authority is 9 members and representing 3 cities. Each city has 3 members. And so we have 3 committees. And each committee, the one I sit on is the Legal, Government, and Environmental Committee. And there are 2 other committees, Finance and Operations. So Mr. Overham and I and Mr. Dyson all serve on different subcommittees on behalf of the airport, and then we make recommendations to the full commission on whatever the issues are that come before us.
You've been now there 2 years, ma'am?
a year.
1 year? 1 year. Thank you so far for your service. Anything special that you'd like to convey to the community that you're working on?
Well, I think that your commissioners have brought to the attention of the authority some changes, some evolutions in terms of how the authority is operating. One had to do with SB 1383.
Which is?
It's the law that requires us to take our food scraps and mix them with our yard waste. And so maybe 6 weeks ago, after talking to fellow commissioners who included members of the Sustainable Commission, we brought that to the authority as a whole and asked that the authority update its practices. Moving ahead with those kinds of focused, forward-looking operations is one way to make this, of course, the most best airport in the country and continue to hold that #1 position.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mr. Overham?
Thank you.
Kind of the same questions. What are you and your committee involved in, and what are you working on at the airport for the benefit of the members of the audience and the people at home watching?
Emily said I'm on the finance committee, so that's my bread and butter. And Frank does an excellent job. It's the financial staff. You stole one of our people tonight, but the financial.
Yes, thank you very much for sharing with her.
The financial staff is really superlative. They do a great job, and the airport is run financially extremely well, and I'm a tough taskmaster on that, and I'm just super impressed with the leadership that Frank provides and the financial staff. The other thing that I would mention is we are heck bent. We are really determined to make sure that this is as sustainable and as green an airport as we can make it be. We talk about wanting to be the greenest regional airport in the state or the nation or the world or something. I think the Airport Authority had a goal originally of being silver, and when Emily and I came on board, we said we wanted to go for platinum. At the very first meeting, we raised the issue of setting a goal for platinum, and if it net zero, you name it, fossil fuel free, everything we want to do, we want to make sure that it's the most environmentally green airport that it can possibly be. And I also really want to see, because I think it reflects it now, to make it the friendliest airport. The smallness of it, the intimacy of it lends itself to that. And we have a great police chief, as you know.
It's Kavarna.
And he, with the police department, that's the interface a lot of the time. And he is really committed by his own personality to make it the friendliest airport. So sustainability and the friendliest airport it can be are really important to me, in addition to making sure we come out in the black.
Well, thank you very much, Commissioners. No more tough questions, but thanks for being here and of your service. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions, Vice Mayor?
Mr. Wiggin. Excuse me. Thank you for all the work that you're doing. I wanted to just put something on your radar. This week, the president announced a flying Persons with Disabilities Bill of Rights, which is the first of its kind through the Department of Transportation. I have to say that for a 92-year-old airport, we have one of the most accessible airports in the region. It's so easy to get on and off. But moving forward with the new terminal, it would be phenomenal for us to be a leader in accessibility for people with disabilities and seniors. I want people in LA County to look at LAX and Long Beach and Anaheim and Ontario and go, you know what? No, I'm going to go to Burbank because they have the easiest access. They have the availability for me. And knowing that that's the way that airline travel is moving forward, I think we can be a leader on this. But thank you for all the work that you've done so far. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Well, thank you very much for coming tonight and your presentation. Next is a presentation of the 2022 Citywide Community Opinion Survey results. Mr. Jonathan Jones, Acting Communications Manager in the Public Information Office, please introduce this evening's presenter. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Council. Jonathan Jones, Public Information Office. This next item is a presentation from our research firm, FM3. As you know, back on April 12th this year, Dr. Richard Bernard of FM3 provided a presentation to the City Council on how FM3 would go about conducting a citywide community opinion survey. and on a variety of topics and measure resident satisfaction. The research is now complete, and Dr. Bernard is back to provide the results. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. I want to thank you for inviting me back to present the results of your resident survey about the satisfaction in the city. So okay, let's start. Okay. I'd like to start with methodology, and of course, I'll be here as long as you need me to answer any questions at the end. So we conducted the survey between April 19th and the 28th of this year. It was a dual mode survey, which means a portion of the respondents answered online and a portion answered on phone. We conducted a survey with a random sample of 590 City of Burbank registered voters. With questions asked of everyone, the margin of error is plus or minus 4.4. In some cases, we randomly selected a portion of the sample to answer some questions and a portion to answer others, partly because we had so many questions and we didn't want to overwhelm your residents, and also because we wanted to test different kind of framings. So in those cases, the margin of error will be a little higher at plus or minus 6.2. We contacted respondents by telephone, email, and text messages to respond on the survey, as I mentioned before, on telephone and online. The survey, of course, was available in English, Spanish, and Armenian. And if you're very quick on math and notice something doesn't quite equal 100%, I blame that entirely on rounding error. All right, so let's start with views of the direction of the city and reactions to city issues. The first question we asked was, generally speaking, how would you rate Burbank as a place to live? And we gave them the option of excellent, good, just fair, or poor. 9 out of 10 had a favorable rating of excellent or good, which I hope you'll understand is a very good rating. And when we say just fair, that typically means average. And so you have 1% of the folks who said poor. In every survey, there are contrarians, and I'm sure as a councilor you aspire to do better every single day. And so there you've got your challenge. But 9 out of 10 consider it favorably as a place to live. We wanted to delve a little bit deeper and ask them, what do they like best about living in Burbank? And this was an open-ended question, so it was in their own words, and then we grouped the responses together in some meaningful theme. And there, of the respondents, 31% said safe, low crime, they felt comfortable, all these good things about your public safety. And you'll see this again arise a little bit later. 19% said clean, beautiful parks, nice streets and sidewalks. So they like the infrastructure, the amenities related to the city. And then 18% said it's a sense of community, neighborhoods, friendly, family friendly. So there's a really good sense of it's a small town feel in spite of the fact it's a very large, relatively large city. They feel at home here. So those are the positive comments. And then we asked, what do you think is the most serious issue facing residents of Burbank that you'd like to see the city government do something about? And we'll, in a moment, I'll show you very specific questions we asked about other issues. But this is only top of mind in their own words. We haven't talked much about anything right now, so you're getting a clear shot at this. 22% said homelessness as something they would like the city to do. Now, I know and you know that that's not technically your responsibility, it's a county responsibility, but having said that, voters, residents don't know that, and they want every level of government to do something about it, and you'll see that shortly as well. 14% said crime, theft in general, something about related to safety, and then 14% said high rent and housing costs. And you will see a theme about housing costs and homelessness a number of times over the presentation. We then gave them 12 issues. We randomized it, so there were no biasness. And we gave them 12 issues, and we said, how serious a problem is this in the city of Burbank? And we gave them the option of extremely serious problem, which is the brightest orange. The middle orange is very serious problem, and I've aggregated the extremely or very serious problem on the right-hand side. And then the dullest of the oranges is somewhat serious problem. So, I mean, how you want to judge this, you can add all the serious problems up, various or somewhat. I've focused on the extremely or very serious problems. And then the blue is a not too serious problem, and that sliver of gray are the folks who didn't know enough to offer an opinion. And as you can see, and we framed housing in two different ways. A random half the sample said, we said cost of housing, the other half said lack of affordable housing for working and middle class families. Both of them were among the top two issues of concern, not unique to your city. I do a lot of work in Southern California, in LA County specifically, and across California, and housing and homelessness typically rise to the top. A couple of other items I want to point out, other than the fourth item being homelessness, is speeding and unsafe driving. This sort of struck me as sort of unique to what I normally see, and it's brought up again. I think it was brought up somewhere else in the survey, but I wanted to point that out, and I realized there's a very specific event that happened a few years ago, I believe, in the city, and that must be very much on people's minds, even today. Other things I wanted to point out: property crime like burglaries and car theft. 41% said extremely or very serious problem. When we frame just crime in general, which was third from the bottom on the next page, it's 34%. So that framing, just the change of a couple of words, can make a difference in perceptions of seriousness or other issues. I also wanted to mention the condition of local streets and roads. 21% said extremely very serious problem. I live in LA County. I do a lot of work for Metro. That's a very low number. So I don't know if you've spent a lot of your sales tax money on fixing roads, but comparatively to a lot of other cities, neighboring cities, that's extremely low. Now, I don't want to minimize that some folks think it's a serious problem. If they have a pothole in front of their house, they are going to think it's a serious problem. But comparatively to other cities, that is comparatively low. So I wanted to point that out. Now I want to move on to the section of rating of city services. We first asked a general question about how they would rate the job performance, the job that the city is doing in terms of providing services overall. 2/3 of residents gave it a very favorable, an excellent or good rating in terms of the work you're doing. Again, almost a quarter said just fair, which is about average, and 6% said poor. So again, 2/3 have a positive view. But then we went a little bit farther, and in the next two slides, we introduced 19 services and programs, and we gave them a scale in this particular question, a scale of 1 to 7, where 1 is not at all satisfied and 7 is very satisfied, and we asked them, how satisfied are you? Now, I've grouped the 6 and 7s together, and that's the bright blue. That's the very satisfied. And then the second blue is the somewhat satisfied at 5. The middle, the gray, is neutral. That's a 4, so the middle between 1 and 7. And then I've combined the 1 to 3 is not 2 or not at all satisfied, and that's the orange. And that final gray is the folks who didn't know. And then you'll see mean or average scores on the right-hand side. I've rated it by very satisfied, 6 and 7. So this is how I would read it. First of all, you could see there's some of the services that rise to the top. And frankly, these are often the services we find when we do citizen satisfaction surveys. Fire protection and paramedic services. I've never seen a survey in terms of services where fire folks were not rated number 1. They just are, and that is your city is no different. And I've often seen the picking up of trash, bulk items, yard waste, and recyclables as scoring high. Again, your city does very well. and everyone has an opinion about that because everyone produces garbage that they want to get rid of. So there's a connection there. And of course, I'm not surprised that there was accolades to the parks public space tonight. Your residents agree with that, so it's not random. I think you're right on in that recognition. That also scores high. And as you go down, there are a couple of ways to look at this. So the mean score, some people don't like, they get afraid of averages and mean scores. They're not math people. The mean scores are one way to look at it, and things that are above 4 are in a favorable direction, below 4, because that's the middle, is a little bit less, and I'm going to point out a few items. But I wouldn't consider any of these items to be scoring incredibly poorly, except for one or two things that I want to highlight. First of all, with the blues, as you look at the second page, we're starting to decline the number of people who say 6 and 7. But it's partly a result of the fact that some people don't know. So let's look at after-school activities for children or youth. They're 5.1, so they're above the neutral number. They only have 22 people 22% that say very satisfied. Why? Because more than 1 in 2 know nothing about that service. If I don't have a child, and I don't know what services you're providing, it's not my priority. I don't know. The same is true for seniors. The fact that the numbers are low doesn't mean you're not doing great things for seniors. Your mean score indicates you are. But there's a lot of folks who don't have seniors in their home and therefore don't understand the programs and services that you're providing. The two things I do want to highlight are, one, enforcing speeding and traffic laws. Notice the orange. It's a fourth item down, 31% say not to or not at all satisfied. That is consistent with what we saw in terms of the issue of unsafe driving. So something, again, I want to point out. And at the bottom, addressing homelessness. Again, that theme. 46% say they're not to or not at all satisfied with the services by the city in terms of addressing homelessness. So they're identifying something that if the city chooses, you folks can take action. But otherwise, I would say your services are highly valued, clearly if they know something about it. Now, part of my charge was to look at two substantive areas as well. One was of issues about affordable housing. And so we asked a series of affordable housing policies. And we said, we're going to mention some goals that could be considered as part of the city's plan for more housing and equal housing opportunity for all. Knowing that not all actions can be taken at once, because everyone's going to say, oh yeah, all of these things are important. So we try to kind of restrict it so they can prioritize. We gave them a list of 6 items that we randomized, and we gave them the option of extremely high priority, which is the first blue, major priority, which is the second blue, and minor priority, which is the third blue, and orange is not a priority at all, and the gray are the folks who said didn't know. And I've aggregated the extremely high and major priorities on the right-hand side and ranked it like that. So you could see of all the 6 items, all 6 of them score at least 60% that are saying that's an extremely high priority or a major priority. The first 2 items we try to frame differently, but they're effectively the same thing. Constructing more housing that is affordable for middle and working class families and addressing the housing needs of individuals and families at all income levels. Both score very highly with almost 7, if not 7 and 10, saying that's extremely high or major priority. And then encouraging more affordable rental housing at 65% as being extremely high or major priority. I want to then move on to homelessness. And here, I've had the pleasure of working for you folks before. I was involved in the sales tax measure and testing the viability. And in that survey, we saw that there were 3 camps in your city in terms of their perceptions of homelessness. There's a camp of people who really care about the quality of life of the people who are living on the streets. They're very worried about those people. There's a camp of people who, when they walk down the street, They're worried about being accosted, panhandled, seeing defecation, seeing people sleeping on the streets. They want to avoid it. They care about the quality of their life in the city. And then there's a camp that care about both. We wanted to kind of tease out a little bit in a forced, maybe an unrealistic forced choice of where people fell if they had to choose what was their priority. So we randomized it, so one person heard one order first, another person heard the other order first, so we had no biasness. And we asked them to choose which of the following is the most important reason for you personally to want homelessness in the city of Burbank to be addressed. Now, that doesn't mean they don't want both, but this is their priorities. 55% chose residents' health and safety on local sidewalks, parks, and other public areas. And 40% said concern about the health and well-being of people living on the street. This tells me that if the city in your wisdom, the council in your wisdom, want to move forward in addressing this issue that clearly is a priority for your residents, that it has to be a marriage of both concerns, that it can't solely be one or the other, because they clearly have large percentages that care either about one or both. And I suspect if we would have given them the option of, do you want both, that percentage would have been extremely high. So it really tells us something there. The next slide tries to identify who do they think has a major or minor responsibility in addressing homelessness in Burbank. And of course, again, we randomized the options in terms of responses. And you could see in the top items, the 4 top items are the various government entities of various different levels. Again, I understand that in a sense, the county is technically responsible for this, but residents don't see that differential. They want all of these, in the case of the city of Burbank, 79% believe it's a major responsibility of the city, equally statistically to the county and to the state. And you'll notice there's a drop in the major responsibility, which is that first blue bar. The Burbank Police Department, only 36% said that should be a major responsibility. I'll get back to that in a moment on the next slide. And then you'll see importance of charitable organizations, but they're not, in terms of major responsibility, as great as the government entities. Large local businesses, again, not as great. And then the person that we're asking, the respondent, are you responsible? A little bit more than 1 in 5 said that they should have some major or minor responsibility. And then finally, within the context of the homelessness, we gave them 9 policy options. And we said, we're going to read you some policies that have been proposed to address homelessness in Burbank. Tell us if you support or oppose it. The blue bars are the strongly support and the somewhat support. The oranges are the somewhat opposed, strongly opposed, and the gray, the small sliver of gray, are people who don't have an opinion, and there are very few people who don't have an opinion about this particular issue. And you could see a pretty impressive high percentage of folks, respond to most of these issues. Supporting more mental health services, 92% say they support that, with 3 in every 4 saying they strongly support it. And then the MET team, the mental evaluation team, which consists of trained police officers, and this is adding one because I believe you already have one, is that correct? So they're suggesting that we asked about adding one. They like this idea, and it consists of, for the public, trained police officers and a licensed mental health professional interacting with people who are experiencing homelessness or at risk of homelessness. They like that combination, with 2/3 saying strongly support and 86% saying overall support. Increasing homelessness prevention programs, supporting more substance abuse and treatment services. And as we go down the list, even the lowest ones, while their strongly support has dramatically declined, overall, a majority of people support all these efforts. And so it will be in your wisdom to sort of put, if you move forward, to put some kind of package together that incorporates a number of these items. And then finally, I'd like to focus a little bit on communication. So the first question we asked was, how would you rate your satisfaction with the city's efforts to communicate with residents through mail, online, and other means? And we gave them very somewhat satisfied, somewhat dissatisfied, very dissatisfied, or they volunteered they didn't know. And again, almost 7 in 10 were very or somewhat satisfied with the communication delivered by the city, with 23% saying either somewhat or very dissatisfied. And then we gave them 16 sources of information. We wanted to get a sense of how frequently they used those particular sources to hear or read or learn about information about city programs, events, and issues. And the dark blue is frequently, the brighter blue is occasionally, the duller orange is rarely, and the brighter orange is never, and the gray are the folks who didn't know. And I've aggregated the frequently and occasionally on the right-hand side. A couple of takeaways. The first one is I would recommend that the city communicate in a variety of ways. Different age groups, different genders, prioritize different sources of information in different ways, and hearing something more than once helps people, it sticks in their mind in a way that if they've only heard it once, it's not as effective. Clearly, word of mouth, which other than getting the information out, there's not much you can do, is always one of the top sources, and 2/3 say that they use that frequently or occasionally. What was striking to me was the next two. Notices of flyers included in your water bill and Burbank Water and Power's newsletter, The Wire. Clearly effective tools. And clearly that is where a majority of the folks get some kind of information in the city. So whatever they're doing, kudos to that organization for sure. Burbank email alerts, 48% City of Burbank website. There are a variety of items as you look through this list or social media, and you'll notice, they don't score on that second page as high. But again, a combination of them can be a very effective tool. And we're going to see, as we normally see over time, those numbers increase as more and more, particularly, younger generations start to get older, they're used to this social media, and they're going to use that more and more. So now I'd like to just conclude, and then I'm happy to answer any questions. So I'll begin, I'll start where I started at the beginning. 9 out of 10 love Burbank as a place to live. That's a really good place to start, and the city should be proud of the work that they've been doing. It's clearly reflective in the attitudes of their residents. Public safety, clean, well-maintained parks, streets, and sidewalks, a sense of community, a small-town feel are what residents really like about living here. Top of mind concerns, however, include homelessness, crime, cost of housing, some overdevelopment and reckless driving are some issues. And when provided with a list, cost of housing, speeding and unsafe driving, and homelessness rank the most serious problem. In terms of services, 2/3 speak very positively about the job you're providing overall, and top-rated services include fire protection, paramedic services, trash pickup, library service, police and 911 emergency response. But the numbers don't all tell the story. I try to make the case that when people did know what you do, they like it. It's just the seniors in the after-school programs aren't high in percentages because there's no connection in their households to these particular things. Where there is, highly valued. And that's, again, not unique to your city. That's very, very common. People are busy. They have multiple jobs. They're taking care of like a whole host of friends, families, and the like. There's only so much they can follow. In terms of housing, roughly 2/3 or more would like to see Burbank's plan for more housing, including constructing more housing to address the needs of individuals and families at all income levels and encourage more affordable rental housing. In terms of homelessness, which is clearly a serious problem, again, not only here, but elsewhere, to address homelessness, the survey indicates the city should consider both residents' personal safety and protecting the well-being of people experiencing on that street, combining those two camps that I talked about in terms of concerns. The vast majority believe all levels of government should play a major or minor role in addressing homelessness, and the city is not unique in that group. They're true at the county, at the state, and the federal level. High percentages support a variety of policies to address homelessness, including the mental health services services and the MET team that we talked about before, increasing homeless prevention programs and more substance abuse treatment services. And by the way, I did the polling for Measure H, and many of these things scored exactly highly. These are valued across the county with respect to this. In terms of communication, slightly more than 2/3 are satisfied with your efforts. Word of mouth, the efforts done by Water and Power clearly rise to the top, and it's clear to me that you should use multiple sources of information to get your communication points across. And with that, I want to thank you for your patience and happy to answer any questions.
Well, Mr. Bernard, thank you very much. On behalf of the City Council, I'd like to thank you and your team for doing all the work that you did on this survey.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And I'd also like to thank the residents for taking the survey. Without them, without their input, well, this wouldn't be possible. So colleagues, any questions? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Could you pull up slide 8, if that's not too much trouble?
Yeah, no, it's not trouble for me.
I thought the presentation was excellent, excellent information. There was just one thing that caught my eye.
Sure.
Just waiting for it.
Oh, okay, it's done, okay. So 8.
Yeah, sort of back near the beginning.
Yeah, sure. Happy to do it. Hold on, I'm able to know. Okay, I'm almost there. Is this it?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
go for it.
So the only, what prompted my question is looking at the very last item on that slide.
Yep.
Racism and the threat of violence against minority groups. That scored relatively low to me.
Yeah.
So my question is, did you collect any data about who was taking the survey of the 590 people? Did you break down their race and ethnicity, gender, information like that?
Absolutely. So the answer is yes. Do you want to do a follow-up, or do I assume that you want to know what
That's
those
an
numbers
open
are?
invitation, sir.
Okay, got it. Happy to respond. So we looked at the demographics of your voters to make sure we were mirroring the demographics of the respondents. So in this case, 19% were Latino. I'll start with the race and ethnicity, and I'll continue until you tell me to be quiet. 1% African American, 8% Pacific Islander, 51%, and these are self-identified, I should tell you. 51% Caucasian or white. 7% identified themselves as 2 or more race or ethnic groups. 3% said some other group that didn't fall into that, and I don't have that number there. And 11% chose not to volunteer. We also asked another question. We asked, do you consider yourself to be Armenian or of Armenian heritage? It's an important question. Obviously, you have an important, vibrant community in this city that you want to know. 10% volunteered that they were of Armenian heritage. 84% said they were not, and 6% did not feel comfortable to answer the question. And I had mentioned that we had offered the survey in multiple languages, and so 88% selected it to conduct it in English or to participate in English, 3% in Armenian, and 9% in Spanish. In terms of gender, we have 48% who were male, 52% who are female. Women tend to be in most places, a little bit more likely to register to vote than men. So that explains that. Does that get to the demographics?
Yeah.
I could then follow up. I'm going to guess you want to know something about that particular question in terms of how people responded? Or
I did, but you've answered it very well so far. Thank you.
Okay. So should I stop?
I'll let my colleagues ask
All
any
right.
follow-ups.
Happy to do. Okay. Thanks for asking.
Colleagues, any questions, comments? Oh, Vice Mayor?
Thank you for that report. I just have a quick question. On some of the items, there's like a little notation at the beginning.
Yep.
It looks like a
hat or something
like an
that.
apostrophe or a
Yeah.
triangle,
So,
upside down V.
Yeah, that means that they weren't part of a split sample. Remember, some of the lists of items we randomized, and a random half heard some and a random half heard the other. If there's a little hat, we asked everyone. So the issue of homelessness, we asked everyone. It ensured that the margin of error was a little bit smaller, so I have a little bit more certainty on that. And the other ones, because we had so many lists of items, the margin of error is a little bit bigger.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate
Sure.
that.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you very much for your report. So did you ask for examples of overdevelopment? Because along with that, concerns about overdevelopment, there's also a desire for more housing. So it seems just a bit contradictory to me. And I wonder if you have any thoughts about that?
So we did ask about a couple of items as it relates. Any chance I can get that up? Oh, sorry. Can I just, oh. All right, okay, we're good. Okay, so I'm going to point out two places where, that I believe overdevelopment was mentioned. So in the concerns question on slide 6, we said, what do you think is the most serious issue facing residents of Burbank that you'd like to see city or government do something about? 13% said overdevelopment, overcrowding, growth. So 13%, it's not a large number comparatively to some of the other items. And then we isolated it in the list of questions in terms of serious problems. Note the amount of growth and development. It's pretty modest compared to the other items, and that is on slide 8. You can see it, it's the fourth one from the bottom, where you had 38% concerned about growth and development. And so, because you have a high percentage of people who want more housing, I don't see it necessarily as a contradiction because that number is relatively low. But what I do know, because I do a lot of work on development projects, is that when you have community members who are very impassioned about something coming into their neighborhood that they don't want, they will show up at a meeting. If they don't have a concern about it, they will not show up. And so it's an important group, but they're also very highly visible. And so the data suggests that relative to everyone in the city, they're an important but much smaller community percentage than one might expect from city council meetings and other calls that I'm sure you get saying, don't put up a 4-story building next to my single-family house. So I don't see it necessarily as a contradiction, but I'm happy for you to see it differently, and we can talk about it. Yeah.
I was just curious. To me, it just seemed that way. And actually, the same slide, I have another question.
Sure.
Because I think you said the respondents, 19% were Latino, 1% Black, and then maybe 3%.
There were 8% who were Asian Pacific Islander, and of course 10% independently said they were Armenian, 7% said they were multiracial or ethnic.
So is there an inference like 21% and then 19 Latino and 1% Black?
Yeah. So I had that same wonder, right? Because they're a relatively, comparatively to the whites, they're a small percentage of the population. In the minority, the people of color community, there's a little bit more concern in terms of this question, in terms of racism and threat of violence against minority. If we were to isolate it, that number would be a little bit higher. It's not dramatically higher, but I'm of the mind that when you get even 2 in 10 saying this is a problem, it's a problem. It's one of these kind of issues where you could say, if people don't feel safe, if 10% don't feel safe, it's a problem. You never get to perfect until you're at 0. So it's something that I believe is a concern, and I think people of color, that some community members might consider it to be a concern. It's not dramatic. I've seen it higher in other cities, but I always consider 2 in 10 saying, or even higher in terms of communities of color, it's something I'd be mindful of.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to ask, in terms of demographics, did you collect any data on income level or type of housing that people lived in?
No, the other we asked this. We said, do you own or rent the house or apartment where you live? 54% were homeowners, 41% were renters, and 5% didn't feel comfortable to offer that. So, and then we also asked how many years have you lived in the community, because that would give us a sense of their sort of awareness of what's been going on. We also asked, are there any children under the age of 18 living in your household? That allowed us to be able to cross-reference with their reaction to after-school programs, which told me, well, if you live in a household without kids, you're going to not know what's going on in the city. it's not your focus.
That the homeowner renter
Yeah.
demographic is interesting because I think in our population demographics, it's actually the other way around. We have a majority renters. Than
Right, but I
owners.
suspect homeowners are more likely to register to vote.
Right. Of
than-
course.
Than renters, yes.
Mr. Bernard, real quick on number 14.
Yes.
At the bottom, it's the last one on the
Sorry,
list.
I just want to be able
Sure,
to get
go
it up
ahead.
so everyone could, all right, okay, sorry. All right, I'm with you. Yeah.
Strengthening rent control regulations.
Mhm.
Is that assuming that there are some rent control and they want them strengthened, or they want to implement or?
So I'm not a super expert on rent control, but I do believe there's Costa-Hawkins, is that right? Where for older buildings, is that something that's sort of statewide?
AB 1482.
All right.
Is-
Well, is that it? Yeah. So I'll defer to you folks on that particular thing, but we framed it as strengthening rent control, and we didn't give them any other explanation, and they reacted to that. And in that case, 40% said that's an extremely high priority, and 21% said that's a major priority, leading to a rounding of around 60%. So 6 and 10 said that was important.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, once again, I want to thank you for presenting that to
my
us, and
pleasure.
thank your staff as well.
I will, and thank you for the opportunity. I always like to come visit people in Burbank. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much. City Attorney, would you please report on closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for members of the community, the City Council met in closed session this evening, starting at 3 o'clock this afternoon, to discuss 3 items of existing litigation related to the Pickwick Investments project. The first one was the Department of Housing and Community Development Notice of Violation proceeding. Second one was Yimby Law versus City Council of the City of Burbank. Third one was Pickwick Investment versus City of Burbank. The fourth item discussed by council was real property negotiations with the Castaway at 1250 East Harvard Road. Council took no reportable action.
Thank you, sir. Now is the time for general public comment for members of the public who are here in person and wish to speak. Please present a completed yellow general public comment card, like this one, to the city clerk. Any person speaking during general public comment may address the council on any matter concerning city business. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to promote fairness, please stay within your maximum allotted time of 3 minutes. A timer is available on the podium to help the speaker keep track of how much time is left. Please state your name for the record. For those wishing to call in during the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Our first speaker this evening will be Joel Schultzman. Welcome, and followed by Stephanie Clark.
Good evening, everybody. Mr. Schultz, at the last meeting, I was questioning the character of the vice mayor, and you were first to defend him, and then you went on to admonish me that I should temper my comments to your pleasure. Well, sir, I won't be doing that. This is sacred ground right here, and all of us as citizens have a right to redress our grievances with our elected officials. Shame on you, sir. I would expect more from somebody with a law degree. Now, I want you to listen to this. This is a recording of the vice mayor's wife at the time talking about him with malfeasance with a 17-year-old boy. Now, what I hear is problematic. You might hear something different.
A young man, very young, possibly not even 18. I met the boy, and then I got a weird phone call from Constantine, and I realized that was Constantine acting like he was asking my permission in front of the boy, because the boy is polyamorous, but wants it to be above board. And then
Okay, you make what you want out of that. I think it's problematic and it goes to his character. Were you aware that the vice mayor showed up at the school boards short time ago, and he had introduced himself in his official capacity and offered the keys to the city regarding COVID supplies? Did he have all of your authority to do that? Because if he didn't, he should be censured right now on the spot. That's not how city government works. Now, I have a lot of questions for him, and I think that you should have these questions for him too. There's a lot of videos on the internet regarding the vice mayor. I'd be asking him if he's ever participated in a rally where they burn the American flag. I wonder, does he believe in the American Constitution? You know, all of you took an oath to defend our Constitution, but yet here's 2 pictures of him wanting to take away your right to self-defense. And he wants to change the Constitution. And that's problematic for me. Here's an old bench warrant for his arrest. I think that this is more of a personal matter, but why would why would it come to this even?
Mr. Schwartzman, let me just remind the audience as well as you that some of those items that you're bringing up, so those issues, are not under our jurisdiction. So if you could just kind of maintain something that we're, that we can.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir. Anyway, so I just want to remind you.
First of all, I don't need to be reminded.
Anyway.
It's not anyway. This is serious business.
Yes, indeed.
Now, you've interrupted my time, and I want my 3 minutes back from you stopping me and taking my train of thought. You are getting ready at some point in the future to vote to advance the vice mayor to the position of mayor. I want to know, is he a communist, a Marxist, a Troikist? Which is it? Now, these are serious things to be leading the city, so don't you interrupt me and question me in this way. You heard what I said to Mr. Schultz. We have a right to address our grievances with our elected officials. Okay? It's that simple. It's not a right if you take it away from me. It's a right. Now, I got a whole list of things here, and I'm not done. I want to continue talking. And I don't want to be interrupted. You don't want to listen to me? You think I'm a crazy nut? Fine. Everything I say I have proof of. I'm holding up the documents, for God's sake. I'm not making this stuff up. Our citizens in Burbank should know who they elected, because we don't have a newspaper reporter here to write a story about it. All the moon and the stars lined up for this guy to come in. He'd never be elected if anybody questioned it. He's a liar. I gave you a document at the last meeting where he refers to himself as a lying sociopath. If that's not problematic to you, that's on you. I don't care. I'm on the mountaintop screaming to everybody. We should be aware, warning about his character. That's all I'm doing. Now, let me continue if I may. You know, he voted on things to let people during COVID stay in their apartment without paying rent. Do you remember that? Do you remember those votes? My question to you is this man in the apartment he's been living in paying his rent? Him, Margot Router, whoever it is, has the rent been paid? Or is it a conflict of interest while he's voting to forestall evictions? Do you see the problem? Even you can see that problem. Now, just give me 1 second. I'm going to quote the vice mayor here, and you give this some thought. Quote, "When you hide the truth, you hide yourself." Unquote. So is there any truth to what I'm saying? I'll leave you with that.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker is Stephanie Clark, followed by Deborah Rendon.
Good evening, and thank you for having me. I am here. I am a Burbank resident for over 50 years. I'm living right next to Raising Cane's, and that's what several of us are here to address. It has become nothing but chaos in our neighborhood. At the end of a long day, we all want to go home to our families. We all want to visit with our neighbors, and we can't find parking. We have double parking. We have accidents. We have neighbors. Nobody seems to be able to help us with the city. We've tried addressing this before Raising Cane's came in, and we've been dismissed ignored. Nobody's addressed this. They said they would wait till see what happens when they open. We've had speeding on our street that is unbelievable. And it's not fair that we come home after a long day and we can't enjoy our family. We can't have friends over on the weekend because there's no parking. Now, 2 weeks when they opened, the street was blocked off by the police, and we were kind of tolerable to the traffic. The foot traffic is unbelievable. It's like we're in a mall. It's people parking, they're loitering, littering. This is just not what we signed up for. And the city says that we had been given the right to oppose this before they came in. We never got notification. Nobody in our neighborhood can prove that we received a letter. So I want to know what we can do. Okay? This is just, it's not fair. Over 50 years, and everybody wants to just, what do we do?
Okay.
So I'm asking that you please consider blocking our street off, permit parking only, so we can come home at the end of the day and enjoy our home and our family.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deborah Rendon, followed by Cindy Nguyen. Go in.
Hi, good evening. I'm
Welcome.
Deborah Rendon. I live literally next door to Stephanie, so I'm at 200 South Orchard, just 3 homes away from Raising Cane's. I'm sure you have all seen the 8 or so emails that contained photos that I took personally and I emailed to you. These are photos that show blocking the exit on Orchard to go onto Olive. Now it's a blind spot for me when I try to pull out, and as I'm pulling out, I'm concerned, am I going to get hit in my car? The line of cars blocking the entrance and driveway to Frontier Walk, I feel sorry for that business. Double parking right next to our personal vehicles with or without their hazard lights on to go pick up their orders. Parking and blocking personal driveways to go pick up their orders. Trash left on Orchard, eating in vehicles at the red curb. People are parking in the Frontier parking lot and sneaking over to Raising Cane's to pick up their orders. On a personal note, I'm dealing with my driveway now being the driveway to turn around to go to Raising Cane's. The numerous amount of cars I witnessed myself is ridiculous. I'm a single mom with 2 daughters that still live with me. The younger one attends West Coast University in Anaheim. About 2 to 3 days per week, she arrives back home 9 or 10 p.m. with no parking near home, puts my daughter's life at risk to park way down the street. I'm frustrated by now parking cars, people honking because they're getting frustrated with each other as they're trying to get to Raising Cane's, and everybody wants to get as close as possible. So now they're laying their hand on the horns because they're irritating each other. Late night drivers, probably the younger generations who have the awesome Dodge Chargers or Ford Mustangs with these exhaust pipes that are extremely loud, and I could hear it from my house, inside my house. I never had to hear that stuff before. So all I'm asking is put the debt in, get us permit parking, and the chaos will go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Cindy Nguyen, and followed by Ann Nahabedian.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Nguyen. I have been living in Burbank since 1980. I recently retired. I want to enjoy what used to be my quiet neighborhood, but have not been able to since can open. Double parking to get food when can doesn't allow people to park in their lots. Morning trash can have been moved, and getting to argument with a rules out of town. Basically, close oak leaf trees are set with all the cars on the olive, making extremely dangerous to turn on the olive. I tried to make a right turn, and I couldn't see nothing, so I just go out, and people zoom in and warning me that I was shaking. I don't know what to do. There are no parking for the family come to visit. My grandchildren cannot come outside to take a walk because so many cars make a turn into a right way. I need help, please.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ann Nahabedian, followed by Karen Ross.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, council members. I am here because I've applied for the vacant position on the Landlord-Tenant Commission. I've been a Burbank resident for nearly 5 years. My background and education are in the military, and I majored in accountancy with a minor in languages, studied 5 languages, Armenian, French, English, Spanish, and German. And my accounting background and has given me work experience working in the real estate and rental industries. I'm also neither a tenant nor a landlord, and I believe that gives me objectivity, which can be something valuable on this commission. I enjoy volunteering, and I do volunteer already in my community and my community center. I am also I'm a board member on my local ANCA chapter, and I would appreciate your vote. Thank you very much. I'm actually late for my ANCA chapter meeting, which I'll be heading out to shortly.
Thank you.
I appreciate your time. Thank you,
for
everyone.
coming. Next speaker, Karen Ross, followed by Larmont Kachakian. Welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you guys. My name is Karen Ross, and I'm the co-owner of Talleyrand Restaurant, along with my brother, Mark Thomas. Our parents started the restaurant 63 years ago, and this is a first for me coming to talk to City Council, but I feel like it's something we feel strongly about, wanting to share the situation. We've worked really hard the past 2.5 years through the pandemic and are here today, in big part to the residents and community of Burbank who gave us a whole lot of love and support during a very difficult time. We are still dealing with labor shortages and supply chain issues today, and then Raising Cane's came to the neighborhood a month ago. Let me say I'm all for progress in our city, but I think there was a lack of due diligence done on the front side that allowed them to open at this particular location. They are a hugely successful fast food chain. Since June 7th, we have had a constant flow of kids parking their cars in our lot and walking through on their way to Cane's, and it's a liability for us every day. They climb over our block wall that separates the properties and speed out of the lot and down the street. When we ask these young kids to move their cars, we get told pretty much every expletive you can imagine, over and over again. We're not in the business of parking management. We are just trying to manage our family business the best way we can. However, my husband and I are stationed in our rear parking lot 4 to 5 nights a week, and it has been exhausting. I've worked hard to establish a positive relationship with the management of Raising Cane's well before they came to Burbank. Since that first week, they've provided an armed guard in our lot from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, of which will be ending very shortly. We've recently gotten approval from the City Planning Department to place a wrought iron fence around the front perimeter of our property to keep the people out of our lot. If you've driven by, I've street and seen this beautiful orange big fence that's out in front of our property, but it looks like we're under construction, but it's actually helped us quite a bit. The City of Burbank allowed Raising Cane's to come into a location that is far from good. They are a very successful outfit, and they draw thousands of customers, mostly teens and early 20s, from all over Los Angeles, as this is the first location in LA County. Todd Graves, the founder of Cane's, owns all 567 units and plans to open another 100 in the next coming year. This particular location is on a very busy street in Burbank, surrounded by residential streets that are all struggling with traffic, trash, noise, etc. Our next move is to limit entrance through our exit. The many signs in place do no good. In fact, today, one big sign just disappeared. We are on the verge of installing a spike strip or a gate at our exit to keep them from driving and parking on our property. Never did I ever imagine we would ever need to do such a thing. Tomorrow, the temporary drive-through permit expires on Olive Avenue. I understand Raising Cane's will have guards waving off cars at Olive and Orchard. Where are the 30 to 75 cars that are typically lined up on Olive going to go? I'm afraid they will go looking for parking in our lot, CVS lot, or any residential street parking they can find. As I understand, they have the green light to stay open until midnight,
Your time
when and
is
if they
up.
choose.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker is Lermont Kashikian, followed by James Rathbun.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Laurent Hachikian. I'm a 15-year Burbank resident. I have over 27 years of avionics engineering and power system management experience, and I'm currently working as a contract technical manager for a large aerospace institution. I'm applying to serve on two boards. The first choice is the Burbank Water and Power, where I think I can be a great asset. I think next 5 to 10 years, Burbank Water and Power is going to be challenged with securing renewable and clean energy to support our homes and our businesses. And for that, the city will have to contract one or more subcontractors. And I think my experience in contracts will supplement the Burbank and Water and Power Board and ensure that the best cost-effective solutions for city and its residents are applied. My second choice is for the Arts and Public Places Committee, where I've been, last couple of months, I've been traveling around U.S. cities like New Orleans, Eugene, Walnut Creek, and Nashville, and I've noticed how tourists have been lining up to take nice pictures with these beautiful murals in those cities, and I thought, wow, look, Burbank is the best place to do that. Burbank has the greatest artists from studios here, Disney and Warner Brothers and Nickelodeon and everywhere. Why can't we be number one? So I think I like to make that happen in Burbank, where all the Instagrammable pictures, if you can call it that way, are the thing to do in Burbank. I will be honored to serve on these boards, any of them that you think that I will fit in, and I'll appreciate your vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, James Rathbun, followed by Maria Pettit. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm here with a lot of my neighbors, Raising Cane's. It's a mess. It's gotten better during the day, but at night, until they close, you cannot find a parking place in our neighborhood. The trash is unbelievable. It's just insane. The noise, the pollution, it's really bad. Last night at 3:30 in the morning, they had a pickup of grease or whatever. It sounded like an airplane going off in our backyard. It's really bad. They do not respect the neighborhood. They don't respect the neighbors. They cause all kinds of problems. Their employees are out there until 2, 3 in the morning making noise. The police department does nothing about it. We have called repeatedly. They do a drive-by and nothing happens. It's just unlivable. It's become a slum, basically. Why would anybody want to move into that area? I wouldn't know. I think every house in that neighborhood is unsellable at this point. If anybody spent any time in that neighborhood, they wouldn't want to come back and live there. It's awful. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker is Maria Pettit, followed by Simon Hamill.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Maria Pettit, and I'm your parishioner, Mr. Talamantes.
Welcome.
I'm here for the Raising Cane. My house is the second house from Talleyrand, 122 South Reese. The first day when they opened the Raising Cane, I cannot get out in my driveway. Somebody blocked me. Every day, every night, they block my driveway. I called the police, and I waited 25 minutes, And then the lady said that they're busy. I said, well, I know they're busy with the Racing Cane because they're first day opening. And it's hard, sir, that, it's people, young kids are smoking pot in front of my front yard. I cannot get out. They keep blocking my driveway. I cannot get out. And I don't know why you open that place there. You should open them in Kmart where they are. There's big space there, and they had a big parking lot. It's a nice, quiet neighborhood. I live here in Burbank for 48 years. I live alone. I'm retired. My kids are grown up. But it's just that crazy, the drive, the honking. I can feel in my house, in my room, they're all driving back and forth, back and forth. I was just right there in the second house on Reese. So please do something. Let them move or do something because it's really a nice, quiet neighborhood. Burbank is a beautiful place, but you guys ruin it. You let them move there, and it's not right. It's not right. So every day is just getting blocked. I always have to argue people, why are you blocking? I cannot get out. I called the police twice, and I don't like to call. But then the lady told me, the police officer said, well, they're busy with the whatever. I said, is it a crime? I said, well, there will be a crime pretty soon in this place. Because these kids are just driving back and forth, honking. So please do something, Mr. Talamantes.
Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Simon Hamill, followed by Mark Van Gorder.
Hi. Good evening. I came to speak, and I will later on, about the commissionerships, I think that's how you'd say it, openings. But since I was here, I thought I would ask about when you guys did the ZTA. I talked to some of you guys on the phone and in person. We talked about having, instead of noticing for all the cards to make the burden less, that we would have just a picture of what was going to get built go up. I haven't seen any anywhere. I've canvassed the city or anything, but just where I drive and go, I haven't seen even one of them. So maybe if someone could explain tonight where we might see one of these signs or how they get used. And I'll say the rest later, but I didn't think I would make it tonight because we're hosting an event for BTAC through our Cub Scout pack. If anybody would like a good Cub Scout pack, Pack 225, it's a good pack. And someone made a comment, and I said I was coming here tonight, and they said they're working on their citizenship badge, and they had to listen to a city council meeting for that and find two different points of views on an issue that, and then take a side or explain why they like the side. But they watched the budget meeting, and they noted that you were all in agreement on our excellent balanced budget. So I told them I can't help them. I'll talk to you more later on. Thanks a lot.
Yes, and I know about Pack 225, very familiar. Next speaker is Mike Van Gorder. Mr. Van Gorder?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Thank you so much. My name is Mike Van Gorder. I wanted to humbly apply for the Landlord Tenant Commission. I think I'm uniquely situated to bring something really interesting and important to that particular very crucial commission. I think I'm qualified in that I've been a fair housing advocate for about a decade at this point. You can ask any of our neighbors in Glendale. They know me pretty well. I only moved here in April because my family's growing. In fact, my wife is due next week. It's terrifying. And we needed a larger home, like a lot of people these days right now. So we found what I believe is to be the last single-family house to be sold in the city of Burbank that will go for less than $1 million. What qualifies me is I work for HCD in their accountability and enforcement unit, so my job is being fair. We investigate cases all over the state, all different stripes, and being cool-headed and hearing out jurisdictions and seeing how the law is being applied is really, really crucial. But that's just what qualifies me. I think that this commission desperately needs the experience that I bring to the table in that my wife and I, working class, like we managed to get my wife had a really decent job. Ladder to the middle class is very exciting. We bought the home, and we got to enjoy that home for 6 days before she lost her job. And we're still there. I don't know how we're going to make it work because we now have a $5,000 mortgage. That's just what life is right now for young people trying to make it, trying to get on that ladder to the middle class. And when we look at issues like housing, this is a human right, and everybody deserves dignified, safe housing that's appropriate to their family and their needs. So yes, I'm a homeowner. I hope that remains the case. We'll see if we can make that work long term. But this commission really needs people who are familiar with the experience of today's housing market. And there was a gentleman earlier that said, saying, well, I don't think anybody would like to move in this place next to this Raising Cane's. Perfect name for this situation, apparently. But people are so desperate right now. They will take any opportunity that's given to them. And we need to really fairly and measuredly evaluate all the tenant-landlord disputes and anything that has to do with these important issues, because everyone that hasn't already made it is desperate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kenneth Helton. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Ken Hilton. My wife and I purchased our home last August here on Reese. And, for months we were wondering why this Raising Cane's never opened up, and, it was a very nice and beautifully built, building. And, fast forward, we happened to be on vacation in Connecticut when actually Raising Cane's opened. And so when we got back, all of our neighbors said, you're very lucky you missed out on the opening. But really, the biggest issue to me is I think it's the safety and hazard issue that Raising Cane's has produced with all the traffic. And not only that, but just all of the loitering and, you're finding broken glass on the sidewalks. I have a 5.5-year-old daughter, and we also have another one on the way. And, there's no outlet in terms of, once you come out of that driveway, the drive-through, going back the opposite direction on Olive. So the first thing people do is go down Reese, and they're like speeding, probably 40 miles per hour just down a residential street, and we have a lot of kids in the neighborhood. So I just ask that this council act quickly in terms of solutions to fix that problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more cards?
Mr. Mayor, we don't have cards, but we do have callers online, and we're ready to go if you're ready.
Okay. We have completed in-person public comment. For callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. Madam City Clerk, go ahead.
Our first caller is Carmenita Heligar.
Welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and Council Members Springer, Frutos, and Schultz. I'm Carmenita Heliger. I've been a Burbank resident for over 17 years, and I'm just calling in this evening to ask for your vote to keep me on the library board. I love the library. That's why I applied to be on there. I think we have a lot of work that we can do that will benefit Burbank. As usual, as a whole, we're under great leadership under Elizabeth, and I'm just really calling to ask for your consideration to vote to keep me on the library board. Thank you so much, and have a great evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next caller is August Melko.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you for taking my call. Mayor,
and council members, last year at March 16th council member meeting, David Kim from he was the associated planner for the community development department. He gave an informational meeting on cannabis and whether commercial cannabis would be viable in Burbank. Since it was just an informational meeting, it was noted and filed. But after the presentation, there was some discussion about what it would take to bring a measure on a ballot. I recall Suzette, the city clerk, mentioned that it would take about 88 days to call a measure to ballot and would cost between $200,000 and $240,000 to do that. At that point, since this was just an informational meeting, there weren't any steps, there weren't any realistic, steps taken to pursue this effort. Well, Mayor and council members, recently a friend challenged me to do some investigation on this, and I pulled numbers both from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, the CDTFA, as well as the Department of Cannabis Control, public information available to anyone. Last year, taxable sales from cannabis totaled $5,270,000,000 for cities that partake in the commercial cannabis business. Reduced that to a per capita basis of all the cities that allowed some type of cannabis business to operate within their city limits, the per capita taxable sales was $262. If I took that, applied it to a Burbank population of 103,000, that comes to $27,132,000 just in taxable sales. Add on top of that a Burbank city tax, a modest tax of about maybe 5%. That's another $1.5 million. So you're looking at $28.5 million foregone. And for how long? My request is that you please revisit this discussion as a pertinent, as a viable way to make good revenue for Burbank. If you can put aside the stigma and the emotion associated with all the negativity regarding having a cannabis business within the city, half the population of California already does this, and they're earning a lot of money that we're foregoing. Also, Burbank residents who have to go outside of city limits in order to purchase their cannabis for their needs, those are the lost revenues that are leaving the city.
Thank you for calling in.
Again, please.
Next speaker.
The next caller is Tamala Takahashi.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Tamala Takahashi. I'm a 23-year resident of Burbank. I have 3 adult children who grew up here. They do not have cars. 2 of them have been hit by cars while riding their bikes, though, and one of them even broke their leg in 2 places and is still traumatized by the experience. So tonight I'm calling in to advocate for a more proactive and modern approach to street and mobility safety. The Complete Streets Plan is an excellent start. I realize how much went into this plan as I went to many of the meetings and worked the Mag Park merchants on that part of the plan. It was the best hope at the time, and it was desperately needed. A number of years later, we are in a new time now. We are in post-COVID time. So many of our community habits have changed, and one of the most important changes is that we are in a time that we now expect 0 vehicle-related fatalities. We are done. Our community does not want to see one more person die because of a car. And that is the idea behind Vision Zero. It is a plan to make sure nobody dies or is seriously injured from a car impact. Vision Zero is different from traditional approach to street design. The traditional approach is car-focused and assumes traffic deaths are inevitable. The modern approach is equally focused with all modes of transportation and assumes traffic deaths are preventable. The traditional approach seeks to solve problems by creating perfect human behavior on our streets. The modern approach accepts that humans are fallible and integrates human failure into the plan. The traditional approach focuses on individual responsibility as the cause and solution. The modern approach understands streets as a system and that systemic problems need systemic solutions. The traditional approach waits for traffic deaths to happen before considering change. The modern approach proactively designs streets to prevent fatal accidents to happen at all. We owe it to our community, to our kids, and to our young adults, to our seniors, to our pedestrians, to everyone, to take a good hard look at Vision Zero and how it can benefit our community. Thank you for your time and consideration, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Mayor. I'm verifying if we have any more callers.
Sure.
The next caller is Hovik.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Hovik. Council members, I am curious to ask, has this city joined other LA County cities to vote against DA George Gascon, saying that you voted to say that you have no confidence in District Attorney Gascon? What's going on is this is happening all over LA County, not just in Burbank, not just in Glendale, but all over LA County. We're having what we're seeing is nonviolent burglaries of auto vehicles all over LA County. One of the most common burglary that we're seeing is when people go to the gas station and some crazy lunatic sneaks up, tries to open a door from the passenger side, right side door, just to steal that individual's belongings and just run off with it. I've spoken to my friend, and my friend was a victim of one of these type of crimes, and she said that the police department has told her that the only thing that they can do when they catch the suspect is issue them a citation and release them on the spot. So I would like to ask if the city of Burbank can work with the Burbank Police Department to impose a 30-day impound on the suspect's vehicle, because unfortunately, just giving them a citation and releasing them to go off and commit more crimes is not the solution. And so I would like to see, Mr. Mayor, if you could get tough on crime by introducing some sort of ordinance that says that you're not just going to get a citation and release. We're going to impound your vehicle for 30 days. And that's something I would like to see if the city of Burbank can do that, just to send a message that crime like this won't be tolerated in the city of Burbank. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next caller is Dory Foster.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Dory Foster, as just mentioned. I am one of the founding members of Together We Can Burbank. For those of you who are not aware of us, we are a grassroots group that is currently focused on improving street safety in our city. Myself and two other moms started this group after the tragedy on Glen Oaks last August 3rd, which took the lives of 3 young adults, as we all know. A week after the Glen Oaks tragedy, my 2 cars were totaled by a reckless driver while parked in front of my house overnight on North Bel Air Drive. 2 weeks ago, our cars were struck again in broad daylight, totaling one of our cars once again, with the other having $16,000 worth of damage. This has happened twice to us in less than 1 year, both times right in front of our home on North Bel Air. So the street continues to be a major problem still with reckless driving. Our traffic officers are working tirelessly, but it's not enough. I've called in tonight to ask for several things and request we have enough signatures to add speed cushions on a portion of Bel Air, but we need this type of speed bump to be approved by the City Council in order to get them on our street. We hope this is something that you will consider. Second, Nick Schultz has researched and brought to your attention Vision Zero. Vision Zero is an initiative to eliminate traffic-related fatalities that many other cities are currently using. We are asking the entire City Council to approve this. Vision Zero will help us as a city to have one central planning document that helps keep street safety and added infrastructure a priority, as was listed in your goal-setting meeting. I encourage you to read more about it, if you don't know enough about it already, on their site, as we truly believe this will help our city immensely. Finally, we hope you will focus as much of the budget as possible on hiring more traffic officers. Having only 12 officers in this department makes it impossible for them to be able to do their job in a city of 100,000 plus, and well over that, even when you add everyone here who works here. As we saw in the data tonight, speeding and racing in our city is a major concern to almost 60% of our residents. So I'm confident you will continue to keep this a priority. For anyone listening, you can follow our progress and get our updates on our Instagram at Together We Can Burbank. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I am being informed that we don't have any speakers on the phone, so we can go ahead and close this section.
Okay, thank you very much. There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Now is the time for brief response from City Council, the City Manager, and or the City Attorney. Colleagues, Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to everyone who either came in person or called in tonight for your public comment. Mr. City Manager, I have 3 follow-up questions, and I'll need your help and Mr. Prescott's help, but I'll start with you so Mr. Prescott can be ready. Mr. City Manager, we had several comments about the situation with Raising Cane's and the city's response. Could you share what information is publicly available tonight about what we're doing?
Sure, absolutely. If I could ask Mr. Kriske, if that's okay with the mayor, to have him come up and provide a brief update. I know it's not on the agenda, but we'd like to at least provide
He's
update.
got information. I want him to share it with us and the public.
We have been continuing to manage and monitor the Raising Cane's opening and the traffic and parking issues in the Rancho Providencia neighborhood, particularly the streets of Orchard and Reese. We've got some short-term elements that are planned to go in and be implemented relatively quickly, and then we have some more longer-term plans that we want to involve the neighbors with as we continue to evaluate how the restaurant is operating, as well as the overall traffic in the Rancho Providencia neighborhood. On the short side of things, this week, as was mentioned, the parking along Olive Avenue tomorrow will be returned to public use, will not be used for the queuing. This was because of the impact that had on the small businesses along Olive, being able to not have customer convenient parking in front. What that means, however, of course, there's a spillback for that. It means that the traffic will be queuing in the travel lane. That will be open to the public, the parking, so that will be used by businesses along Olive, including probably Raising Cane's, but it will be available for public parking, and we will be doing some strict enforcement of traffic laws in that area in concert with that. So queuing in a travel lane is against the law, and you'd be subject to citation. That being said, we have a lot of folks in the area that will probably increase the circulation into the neighborhood. And so what we're going to do in the little further out is next month we will be coming to the City Council to ask you to consider implementing permit parking on Orchard and Reese. Permit-only parking, that means that you cannot park on the street at all during the times on the permit unless you have a permit and you live there or you're a guest of someone who lives there. We are trying to do it in a little bit expedited way because of the situation with the circulation. We're doing it in a manner similar to what we did for the Starlight Estates neighborhood. We're going straight to you. We're not doing the process in the municipal code. We're going to get some input very soon. Residents on the 2 streets will see a card from us asking for your opinion on permit parking. We want to try and at least poll the neighbors and make sure that a majority wants it. I think the answer is yes, and present that to you when we come back to you next month and hopefully ask you to implement it directly, and then we can start post the signs. That's straightforward and get the permits going. So that's kind of a little bit further out remedy to at least start to protect the neighborhood parking. The other thing we're trying to do on the commercial parking side, not sure where this is going to go, but our economic development team, along with Raising Cane's, is going to start reaching out to commercial businesses along Olive Avenue that have underutilized off-street parking. So the Frontier Walk, the BUSD after hours, even the shopping center after hours, to see if we can maybe try and cooperate between public and private to make some of that available to the public. Again, not sure where that will go. Obviously, the private property owner has to see something, an advantage for them. But we did that at the Chase Bank in Magnolia Park a few years ago, where it's offered as public parking after hours, and maybe there's an opportunity there. And then finally, you've asked us to update the Rancho Providencia Neighborhood Protection Plan about a little less than a year ago. We are underway with that right now, and that's where we still think anything that's more dramatic to protect the neighborhood in terms of closing off streets or diverting or speed humps needs to come through that process, and only because when you start to do more serious measures like closures, as you saw with the Alameda North situation, there's a cascading effect, and we think we need to do that a little bit more holistically with the broader neighborhood before we do something like that. So it is our intention. We've collected before data. We're going to be collecting after data with Raising Cane's opening, and we'll be able to quantifiably see what's going on. We also want to collect the data after the parking goes into place, permit parking, to see where would it be if we did nothing else, and actually show you that quantification about how much cars and traffic and speeding's in the neighborhood, and come back to you and the neighborhood with some options to address some of those issues. I will say that even before Raising Cane's has opened, speeding is a problem in that whole neighborhood, and that's probably not a news to you and not news to the neighbors. So we at least probably have to do something in that regard, and now that the restaurant's open, we could see to do something more serious. So that is our plan, is to work for larger, more physical measures to protect the streets through the neighborhood protection process. If that's not acceptable to the council, we could come back sooner, like we did with Alameda North, and drop some temporary K-rail. We could do that on somewhat short notice in terms of city time, short notice to get a temporary closure out there and then measure before and after. That's not currently the plan, but it could be if the council wants us to make a different direction. But the permit parking, I hope, can come quick and can be something that provides some immediate relief, at least in terms of the parking situation.
Councilmember Frutos, you want a question?
Just on,
Sure.
I know I would like to see barricades sooner than later and let the residents assess it, because what's troubling to me.
No, that's not, it's not.
This is an agenda. It's clearly a matter of vigorous community concern. It really needs to be agendized. Mr. Krisky's prepared this report. But we can't have deliberations now on this.
Thank you.
I was just going to say that before this. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Schultz, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Krisky, for that explanation. Mr. City Manager, next one's for you. So we had two comments, one from Ms. Takahashi and one from Ms. Foster. In our goal setting, Councilmember Springer raised the issue of Vision Zero, and at a later meeting, I had requested a first step report on that. Can you give us an update on where we're at, especially given that the city of Glendale, I believe, is preparing to talk about one?
Sure. We're going to bring back that first step report soon. I don't have an exact date. I'm still working with Public Works on an exact date there. We will definitely also to look at Glendale. I know they have it on for tonight's agenda, and see if there's any potential synergies there. But we'll look at bringing back a first step soon. As soon as I get that date locked in, I'll let you know. But it's definitely on our radar. It's on our list, and we'll try to get that agendized, at least on the forecast, sooner than later.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, sir. Lastly, Mr. Prescott, quick question for you. Mr. Hamill asked about the recent zone text amendment and some of the noticing requirements that were put in place. Could you speak to that comment, sir?
Hello again, Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
Members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. Yes, I am going to have to follow up with you on that. I'll ask my team, who's Mario, who you met tonight, and planning, and see where that stands.
Okay, and if you can just get that answer back to Mr. Hamill at some point.
Absolutely.
That'd be great.
ASAP.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Frutos.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, 2 minutes, 2 seconds. It's not on the agenda, not for discussion, but there was a question, so maybe in short, we can respond back to the residents how Raising Cane came about. Because there's confusion that the city council approved this, and I think they deserve at least a real quick answer of how Raising Cane showed up.
Raising Cane's applied for a building permit to reuse a legal non-conforming credit union. And the report came to the council. I don't have the date off the top of my head, but there is a report in the council agenda item that identifies the analysis everyone went through. Permits were issued, they constructed, there's a lawsuit. The lawsuit is ongoing, and that's really all I can say. So it was a ministerial building permit approval, to your point. It didn't come to council for council's discretionary approval. It came to council as a report stemming from community concerns.
To the residents, because of the law, I can't get more in detail, but I'm listening to you, just like our colleagues. They're listening to you. My heart feels real bad. We're not done, but I can't talk about it no more. I apologize. I'll get spanked. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Springer.
Yes, I'd like to thank everybody for coming, and thank you, Raising Cane neighbors. I came to visit your neighborhood over a year ago. There were 40 or 50 of you in one of your neighbors' backyards, and I'm so sorry it's come to this. I oppose this project as it is constructed now, but I do support returning your neighborhood to normalcy. And I want to thank all of the potential commissioners and board members. Thank you for coming. We'll take that up a little bit later. And when the Vision Zero comes back, I know that also coming back to us is an update on the Complete Streets plan. Can that come back together?
I know they're separate. We'll see how that works, but yeah, I think I know the Complete Streets plan is a little bit different as far as actual infrastructure projects that we're looking at. We'll probably end up incorporating complete street elements as part of that Vision Zero plan. So it probably won't come back together, but there'll be some relationship
Some
there as
overlap.
far as what we've budgeted for, as far as complete street projects, et cetera. So there'll be a little bit of overlap, but we probably won't end up putting them on at the same time. But we'll probably end up talking a little bit about what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Dory Foster, for coming in. Together We Can. I support you and appreciate all that your group is doing on safety, street safety, and that wraps it up for me. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If it's all right with you, I will not be brief. Earlier in today's meeting, a member of the public came up and played a voicemail from my domestic abuser who was arrested on felony assault a few years back against me. And it's very interesting that that person would also read an email from that same person. It really goes to the company that you keep that tells people who you really are. By bringing up the violence against me done over years and labeling it as an insult to me is disgusting. You know, there are plenty of grievances that we give against our government. I know you showed some photos of me protesting an amendment to the Constitution. I'll remind you that on February 20th in 1933, the 21st Amendment was passed to nullify the 18th Amendment. We can change the Constitution anytime we want if we go through the legal process. We can change any laws we want if we go through the legal process. And in fact, I approached last year the school board and told them I could offer any help that I could provide. I did not give a blank check for city services. Now, granted, I do want to confer with my colleagues before we do anything to give away money, obviously. But that doesn't mean we can't offer a helping hand to communicate with people who need help. And as long as I have lived in Burbank, I have never missed a rent payment. I am adamant about paying my rent on time. I pay all of my debts on time. In fact, I've got a pretty good credit rating now. In my early 20s, I ran a stop sign that was covered by a tree in the dead of night outside of Stanford University. I didn't even see it. The passenger didn't see it either. We were stopped. I was given a citation for running a stop sign. And being in your early 20s, you lose things. I ended up getting a bench warrant for that ticket. Yeah, you learn the hard way. I went to the courthouse on a Friday afternoon to pay the ticket. But they can't remove bench warrants without seeing the judge, and the judge left at 3 o'clock. So guess what happened? They kept me till Monday. Yeah, so I've done my time. I've paid my penance. I follow the laws. And yes, I was endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America when I ran for office. And you know, like a number of other famous Americans, Martin Luther King, Albert Einstein, Helen Keller, I do identify with the practices of democratic socialism, like Bernie Sanders, like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's not radical. It's not out of nowhere. It's very American. And so bringing all this stuff up, to the mayor's point, most of which we can't even address here in the city, it's outside our purview. I wish I was here last meeting when this was brought up, so I apologize to all of my colleagues that this came up a second time. But I'm hoping beyond hope, that this is the end of it. And one last thing, you know, we're public figures, and we're open for grievances, ridicule, anything you want to say. But our partners are not. Family is not who should be targeted for this stuff. So, Mr. Schlossman, I'm only going to say this one time. Keep my partner's name out of your mouth. Thank you, Will Smith. I'm glad you got the reference.
Thank you. I, too, would like to thank everyone that came tonight to share their concerns with us. You've got the Raising Cane's people, got a little information about what the city's planning to do moving forward. So you just got to keep in mind, with every action, there's a reaction that might not be happy on your part, right? You might have to go around the block. And we've heard this. We heard it before when the cul-de-sacs were being implemented or suggested. And once it took place, people came and said, well, wait a minute, it's blocking me. I have to go around the block now. I have to use more gas. So you're trying to do something and then you affect somebody else. But nonetheless, we'll make an attempt to see what happens, get some positive results out of that. And everybody else, I know that some of the people that are here tonight have applied for a board or commission appointment. We'll discuss that when that comes up. And like I said, there's a lot of qualified people that have applied. So some will not. There's only a minimum amount of applications. I mean, positions. There's tons of applications. So don't give up. Continue looking at the city clerk's office website and see what's available. What else? Ms. Foster, Dory Foster, I'm not familiar with Together We Can, but I'd be interested in getting together with you or the people that founded it and discuss it a little bit further. Anyway, thank you very much. Consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 1, council minutes, and that is to approve the minutes for June 21st and the dark meeting of June 28th and July 5th. Item 2, approval to authorize the general manager of Burbank Water and Power to execute the First Amendment to the terms of conditions of a temporary services agreement, Sincere Solution, Inc., for temporary personnel. Item 3, approval of grant agreement with LA 84 Foundation of Los Angeles to accept grant funds in the amount of $7,637 for the 2022 aquatic season and amending and adopting fiscal year 2022-23 budget by appropriating the funds. Item 4, approval of an agreement with Maddie Fund for Animal Services in the amount of $10,000 and amending the adopted fiscal year 2021-22 budget by appropriating funds. Item 5, approval of an agreement with the Regents of the University of California for Animal Services in the amount of $5,000 and amending adopted fiscal year 2021-22 budget by appropriating funds. Item 8, adoption of resolution authorizing the execution of sub-award agreement with the County of Los Angeles Workforce Development, Aging and Community Services to accept sub-award funds to support the City of Burbank Supplemental Nutrition Program and supportive services and amending the adopted fiscal year 2022-23 budget. And item number 7 would be adoption of a resolution approving contract documents and awarding a construction contract to Calban Inc. for the annual sidewalk repair project in Zone 5, 6, 7, and 8. And that conclude all the items, and I'm happy to take the vote down.
Mr. Mayor, motion to move consent calendar forward.
Second.
Ready? Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes? Thank you.
Turn the mic on. We have 5 reports to council this evening. After staff's presentation, the city council will proceed with in-person public comment only for each item. Please fill out a yellow public comment card and head it to the city clerk. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as the speakers have not spoken on the item during the first period of public comment. The first report is the appointment to fill vacancies on various City of Burbank boards and commissions and committees. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to introduce our Assistant City Clerk, Desiree Jimenez. She will be taking the votes tonight, but I do ask you to please keep your hands up so we can all get a count. We have all 3 of us here tonight, so we can make sure, I know we're all ready for you, so we can make sure that the votes are accurate. So I appreciate if you could do that for her. Thank you.
Hi there, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Desiree Jimenez, Assistant City Clerk. It is a pleasure and a privilege to come before you this evening to present the appointments to fill vacancies on various city boards, commissions, and committees. On May 2nd, 2022, the City Clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for vacancies set to occur on July 31st, 2022 for the following boards, commissions, and committees: the Landlord-Tenant Commission, Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals, Civil Service Board, Art and Public Places Committee, Heritage Commission, Senior Citizen Board, Board of Library Trustees, and Burbank Water and Power Board. In order to obtain qualified candidates, a notice of vacancy was advertised through the following venues: the city website, council meeting announcements, social media platforms, a press release sent to the local newspapers such as LA Times, Burbank Leader, and myburbank.com, notices posted on the City Hall bulletin board and Nextdoor, YouTube videos displayed on media platforms and the Burbank channel, and community groups and organizations. The deadline to submit applications to the City Clerk's office was June 1st, 2022 at 5 p.m., and a total of 61 qualified applications to fill the 30 vacancies were received. The applications are listed in order received, and all applicants have met the city's COVID-19 vaccination policy. On May 26, 2022, the city clerk's office conducted a random drawing to select the order that the appointments would be taken. So on your voting sheet tonight, you'll see that 17 individuals who applied for more than one board or commission have their priority selection listed next to their name. Additional information regarding incumbent status has also been included as a reference for you. It's important to note that the Board of Library Trustees, which currently consists of 7 members, the appointments are staggered, where 5 members are appointed at one time and then 2 members are appointed. Pursuant to the Burbank Municipal Code, the term of office of all board and commission members shall be 4 years, and such terms shall commence on August 1st. The terms shall be staggered by appointment or by lot, so that as near as possible, 1/2 shall expire every 2 years. So what does that mean for tonight? To achieve this staggering of appointments and to avoid member terms expiring on the same 4-year rotation, 1 member will be appointed to a partial 2-year term, and after the expiration of this initial appointment, all future vacancies will be set for a 4-year term. This evening, there will be 2 separate rounds of appointments for the Board of Library Trustees. One for 4 vacancies who will serve for a full 4-year term, and the second round for 1 vacancy who will serve a partial 2-year term. There is no fiscal impact associated with this system. And just to remind you about the voting process, please keep in mind that each council member is allowed to vote as many times as there are vacancies on the board or commission being considered. The applicants receiving a majority of the votes in the first round are either appointed or move into the second round if necessary. The process continues for as many rounds as are necessary to attain the correct number of applicants to fill the vacancy. So this concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I've got a question, and you just referenced the library, for example. There's 5 positions, 4 and 1. So are we just going through and voting for the 5 right away and see who the lowest voter is gets the short term, and the top 4 vote getters get the 4-year terms?
So we were thinking of taking them separately. So your first consideration would be for the first 4 appointees, and those 4 appointees would serve a full 4-year term. And then we would take a separate round of voting for 1 vacancy, and that would be for the partial 2-year term.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, this is consistent to what we have done in the past, to trying to separate the number of members who have all been up for appointment at the same time. And so it's very consistent. Unless council has any other plans of how we should do it, we're happy to go with it.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I was going to ask which. Let me see how I can word this. Partial 2-year term. Which of the 5 incumbents that have applied is currently serving that partial term?
In what board?
And then the Board of Library Trustees.
So if you look on your voting sheet, we have the word incumbent.
Mm-hmm.
And so Brian Snodgrass is on there as an incumbent. Carmenita is an incumbent. Melanie is an incumbent. And then Doris is an incumbent. And Emily is an incumbent.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see the incumbent, when we take the vote, you will have to make a decision. Then one of those individuals will not be appointed for the first round for the 4-year term.
Right, I get that, but isn't one of them currently serving a partial term? Isn't that why we have a 2-year?
Yes.
Do you know which of the incumbents that is offhand? Or no?
So it's actually not any of them. I'm sorry. Oh, Carmenita?
Yes. So
Okay.
we're getting the audience going, hey, it's Carmenita.
Okay, thank you.
Because
she was appointed in the middle of the term.
Exactly.
Right.
So we do
That's what I wanted to.
We do have that situation with a lot of the boards and commissions where they have to fill in the term for someone else.
Okay.
So thank you, all audience sitting back here. We appreciate your cheers. So council may
Thank you.
decide. Thank you.
Any other questions, colleagues? It's all perfectly clear and muddied. Okay, I guess we're ready to go. Whenever you are.
Do you have public comment cards
Oh, yes,
before
I
you?
do, right
So
here,
thank
right
you.
here in front of
Yeah.
me. It says public comment. First speaker will be Melanie Renfro. Welcome, followed by Brian Snodgrass.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes and City Council members. My name is Melanie Renfro, and 4 years ago I stood here just a bit more nervous than I am tonight. It was my first time in this room, and I was intimidated by the council and the procedures and the mural. I was here because after receiving advice from a friend encouraging me to be more active in my community, I'd set my sights on trying to become a member of the Board of Library Trustees. I was thrilled when I was appointed that I was allowed to join such a wonderful group of people. Guided by the amazing Library Services Director, Elizabeth Goldman, and the incredible library staff, we are an enthusiastic board who are genuinely focused on how we can advocate for our Burbank libraries and best serve our community. Since the beginning of my term 4 years ago, a lot has changed at the library and in the world. The Spark Lab digital media space opened at Central in January of 2020. The lab is filled with equipment and programs that support developing the skills to succeed in the media and entertainment industry while providing the space and the experts within the field for both group and one-on-one learning, all while promoting creativity. Then March of 2020 came and COVID shut the lab and most of the world as we knew it down. But it didn't shut our Burbank libraries down for long. Within months, the library staff was back to providing services to the community by acting as a de facto call center, answering a wide range of questions, and helping connect patrons to a variety of services that they needed. They recorded story times and videos, organized virtual meetings and classes, and helped to keep patrons both connected and entertained through an array of online services. They even provided a book concierge service where they would hand select books for you and bring them to the car while you waited. They were constantly pivoting to meet needs and working tirelessly to help the community through a time of upheaval, and as soon as they were able to, they opened their doors back to welcome everyone in. Now they're one of a growing number of libraries that have a social worker on staff who works closely with patrons, helping to answer questions and guide them to any services they may need. It's been a real honor these last 4 years to be a part of this extraordinary group of trustees and to be able to work alongside Elizabeth and the dedicated library staff. I'm here tonight not just to ask you to reappoint me for another term, but my fellow trustees that are at the end of their terms as well. We'd love the opportunity to continue our work together in advocating for our libraries and the Burbank community and in getting council's approval for a new modern central library branch as part of a larger civic center. Hopefully in another 4 years, I'll come before you again to be appointed for a third term where there's a new central library in the works, and maybe I'll be a little less nervous then. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Brian Snodgrass, followed by Emily Weisberg. Welcome.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, City staff. I'm Brian Snodgrass. I'm the Vice President and COO of the Burbank Community YMCA and a proud board member of the library. I am here to ask for a reappointment. I've already emailed you, so I'm not going to talk about why I want to in terms of giving service to the Burbank community. I did want to talk about why I love libraries. 4 years ago, one of my best friends passed away suddenly in childbirth. And we met 18 years ago at the Y when we started working together in the after-school program. And our favorite book that we used to read to the kids was Charlotte's Web. And we loved it so much, a couple years later, we did a musical version of Charlotte's Web with the music of the 80s. And so that book plays a very important part in my life. Serving on the library board, once you're done being the chair of the library board, you get to pick a book in the library that has a dedication thanking you for your year of service on the board. When it was my turn to choose a book, I chose Charlotte's Web. So somewhere in Burbank, there's a child who's opening up Charlotte's Web, seeing a book that's dedicated with my name in it, wondering who this crazy last name of Snodgrass person is. I say all this because E.B. White, who's the author of Charlotte's Web, their birthday was yesterday, and this is a quote from E.B. White. A library is a good place to go when you feel unhappy, for there in a book you may find encouragement and comfort. A library is a good place to go when you feel bewildered or undecided, for there in a book you may have your question answered. Books are good company in sad times and happy times, for books are people, people who have managed to stay alive by hiding between the covers of a book. Thank you for considering me for reappointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Emily Weisberg, followed by Earl Lemasters.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and council members. I did want to say that I too feel groovy being here tonight. I'm here to ask you for your consideration reappointing me to a second full term on the Board of Library Trustees. Serving on the board has been one of the genuine highlights of my time in Burbank. I am constantly impressed by the work done by Ms. Goldman and the amazing library staff, and have truly enjoyed working with my fellow trustees, as you could probably tell back there. It's also been immensely rewarding to give back to the city I love by serving in this role. Over the past few years, our board has invested an enormous amount of time focused on advocacy and the desire to help our community members learn more about all of the phenomenal programs and services available through our libraries. It is my sincere hope that along with reappointing me to a full term, that you will also reappoint the 5 current board members that are up for reappointment so we can continue to see the important work we've been doing to its conclusion. Namely, as Melanie brought up, the desire to continue sharing the importance of the library and the need for a new central library. We are at a crucial moment, and maintaining the institutional memory currently housed within the existing board members will be invaluable in achieving the goals we've set. As a teacher and a member of the community, I can't express how much I've learned from my time on the board, and I hope I've contributed as much as I've gained. I hope I can also earn your vote this evening and continue to serve as a library trustee. If reappointed to a full term, I will continue to devote my time, energy, and passion to this integral part of what makes Burbank thrive. I truly hope I'm given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Next and the last speaker is Earl Lemasters. Welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide a brief statement here about my application for the Burbank Water and Power Board. I was born and raised here in the Burbank area, but it took me some time to really realize that this was more than just an answer to the question, where's home? I served and traveled with the Navy for 5 years and got to see amazing places. I ended my time with the Navy in the Pacific Northwest and stayed there for almost 2 years. However, Los Angeles just kept calling me back. And eventually, Burbank came to be the area, not just where I had family, but where my wife and I want to grow and raise our family. This is what home means. Asking to join the Burbank Water and Power Board is no small ask. Water and energy are 2 complex areas that are becoming more and more relevant with environmental conditions. We have to look at and consider what we are doing now that will help all of us for the future. I have a strong background from the Navy in nuclear engineering, having run nuclear reactors on board an aircraft carrier. This gave me experience in analyzing not just complex mechanical situations, but any situation to really question and find out cause and effect. And part of my role with my current company is to work to develop the strategic mission of the company over the next 5 to 10 years to ensure that we are accurately planning for our future. Both areas I think would help me be a contributing member with the board. I did not list an alternate board request on my application for a reason. There are other interesting boards out there. However, I know my interest is in the water and energy sector. The need is never going to dwindle for water and power, and we as a society are realizing more and more that we have to be judicious and strategic in our decisions regarding our resources. Even before applying for this seat, I was already doing my own conservation efforts, from thermostat control to sprinkler restrictions, to leaving a pitcher in the sink to collect water for watering plants. Every bit we do helps, and I would like to take my small personal efforts and help work to apply them to the Burbank Water and Power Board. Since being back in the area, I volunteer and work with my local high school and university's LA group to be on the board of directors for the admissions for them. But it is important to me to apply my time more back to my community. While in some ways we are Los Angeles County, I love more that we are Burbank. We stand out as a community that takes care of itself and its people, and I would love to be a part of that group that can help make Burbank even more of a standout than it already is. So I appreciate your consideration for my vote tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's all the speakers?
No more.
Okay. Let's start, colleagues. Are we all ready to start the voting? Okay, please.
Alrighty, so the first Border Commission for your consideration this evening is the Landlord Tenant Commission. And this is for a full 4-year term, and you will be voting for 3 vacancies. I'm going to proceed with reading the applicant list, and then we can go on ahead and vote for your selections. First, we have Shayna Inglesby, Mike Van Gorder, Judith Smith, and Ann Nahabedian. I will proceed now to take the vote. Shayna Inglesby, 5, excuse me. Mike Van Gorder, 2. Judith Smith, 4. And Ann Nahabedian, 4. So I see here that we have reached a majority vote, and appointed is Shayna Inglesby, Judith Smith, and Ann Nahabedian. Just give us a moment so we can adjust the other lists as necessary. Thank you. All right. Moving on is the Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals. This is for a full 4-year term, and you will be voting for 3 vacancies. The applicant list name is as follows: Steve Bagumian, Ernest Dellinger, Victor Terracina. I will now proceed to take the vote. Steve Bagumian, 5. Ernest Dellinger, 5. And Victor Terracina, 5. We've reached a majority vote, and these applicants have been appointed: Steve Bagumian, Ernest Dellinger, and Victor Terracina. Moving on to Civil Service Board. This is for a full 4-year term, and you will be voting for 3 vacancies. The applicant list is as follows: Matthew Doyle, Christopher Tarbell, Linda Barnes, Iveta Ovsepian, Carol Long, and Darren Borders. I will now proceed to take the vote. Matthew Doyle, 4. Christopher Tarbell, 0. Linda Barnes, 5. Iveta Ovsepian, 5. So we've reached our majority vote, and there was also Carol Long and Darren Borders. The 3 who have been appointed are Matthew Doyle, Linda Barnes, and Iveta Ovsepian. Next, we have the Community Development Goals Committee. This is for a full 4-year term, and you will be voting for 4 vacancies. Please keep in mind that Victor Terracina and Iveta Ovsepian were previously appointed to other commissions, so they will be removed from this list. The remaining applicants are Robin Savoyan, Mercedes Molina, Coreno Alexanian, Hasmik Vertanesian, Alejandro Arciniega, Judy Cordray, and Samantha Wick. I will now proceed to take the vote. Robin Savoyan, 5. Mercedes Molina, 0. Coreno Alexanian, 3. Hasmik Vertanesian, 5. Alejandra Alex Arciniega, 5. And we have Judy Cordray and Samantha Wick. We've received our majority voting, and those appointed are Robin Savoyan, Hasmik Vertanesian, and Alejandra Alex Arciniega. Oh, there is actually 4 that you will be voting for on this board. So you've already reached 3. You have 1 more. And so let me read it again for clarity. So Mercedes Molina received 0 votes. Coreno Alexanian received 3 votes. And now you all will need to vote as you see fit for the remaining. So yes, ma'am. Okay. I apologize, my math is incorrect. So we have received a majority vote because Coreno Alexanian did receive 3. So again, appointed to this commission is Robin Savoyan, Coreno Alexanian, Hasmik Vertanesian, and Alejandra Alex Arciniega. Okay. Alrighty, next we have Art in Public Places. This is for a 4-year term, and you will be voting for 3 vacancies. Alrighty, the applicant list consists of Monica Moy, Michael Johnson, Charla Elizabeth, Jordan Levin, Judy Cordray, Patricia Hollis, Marvin Padilla, and Lermont Hachikian. Again, you will be voting for 3 vacancies, and we will now proceed with the vote. Monica Moy, 1. Michael Johnson, 0. Charla Elizabeth, 5. Jordan Levin, 0. Judy Cordray, 0. Patricia Hollis, 5. Marvin Padilla, 1. And Lermont Hachikian, 3. Okay, so I have a majority vote for Charla Elizabeth, Patricia Hollis, and Lermont Hachikian. Next, we have the Heritage Commission. This is for a full 4-year term, and you will be voting for 3 vacancies. The applicant list is as follows: Arthur Solis, Lynn Kronzek, Brandon Batham, Marvin Padilla, and Samantha Wick. We will now proceed with the vote. Arthur Solis, 5. Lynn Kronzek, 5. Brandon Batham, 0. Marvin Padilla, 0. And Samantha Wick, 5. We've received a majority vote for Arthur Solis, Lynn Kronzek, and Samantha Wick. Next, we have the Senior Citizen Board, and this is for a full 4-year term, and you will be voting for 3 vacancies. The applicant list includes Michael Johnson, Richard Rupp, John Medici, and Catherine Bremer. We will now proceed with the vote. Michael Johnson, 5. Richard Rupp, 3. John Medici, 2. And Catherine Bremer, 5. So we've received a majority vote, and those appointed are Michael Johnson, Richard Rupp, and Catherine Bremer. So I want to take a minute here and refresh our memory since we've taken quite a journey. So this is the first of 2 separate votes for the Board of Library Trustees. This first round of voting is going to be for a full 4-year term, and here you will be voting for 4 vacancies. Sure.
Are these applicants in the order that you received them?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And for this one, Robin Savoyan was previously appointed, so she will be removed from consideration here. And Richard
Vice
Rupp
Mayor?
as well.
And just to clarify, of the incumbents, it's Carmenita Helligar that's serving the partial term, right? We covered that at the beginning. Yeah.
Which she was appointed to
Appointed.
the part. Yes.
Right,
but
okay, thank you.
She's now being
Right.
appointed again. Thank you.
Alrighty, so I'll proceed to read the applicant list. We have Brian Snodgrass, Carmenita Helligar, Dana Coburn-Cullman, Melanie Renfro, John Medici, Doris Crutcher, Brandon Batham, Catherine Kate Duffy, Darren Borders, and Emily Weisberg. I will proceed now with the vote. Brian Snodgrass, 5. Carmenita Helligar, 4. Dana Coburn-Cullman, 0. Melanie Renfro, 5. John Medici, 0. Doris Crutcher, 2. Brandon Batham, 0. Catherine Kate Duffy, 0. Darren Borders, 1. And Emily Weisberg. That one was 5. Did you have a question?
So, right, so now, what you're saying, you already voted for 4 people or 5 accidentally? Right, because she only got 2 votes, so we're gonna do round 2, and we're gonna vote again for the rest of the members who did not get appointed.
Okay, so my question is, can I cast my vote for Emily so she's unanimous?
Yes, we put her down. If that's what you wish to do, we'll put down unanimous vote. However, we now gonna take the vote, which you're allowed to do once more, because we do have a separate position for that.
So just to clarify, we did receive majority vote for 4 candidates for this particular round of voting for the full 4-year term. So we have 5 votes for Brian Snodgrass, 4 votes for Carmenita Helliger, 5 votes for Melanie Renfro, and 5 votes for Emily Weisberg, is what I show. And continuing on with the Board of Library Trustees, this time we're voting for a partial 2-year term, and you will be selecting 1 vacancy. Okay. So as you know, we already made certain selections, so I will read you the new applicant list of the remaining applicants. Dana Colburn Coleman, John Medici, Doris Crutcher, Brandon Batham, Catherine Kate Duffy, and Darren Borders. We will now proceed with the vote. Dana Coburn Coleman, 0. John Medici, 0. Doris Crutcher, 5. So that is our majority vote. And again, we had Brandon Batham, Catherine Kate Duffy, and Darren Borders. So Doris Crutcher has been appointed. So next we have our final item for item number 8, and this is the Burbank Water and Power Board. This is for a full 4-year term, and here you will be selecting 3 vacancies. I will proceed with reading the applicant list. Robert Brody, Bruce Redman, William Bill Luddy, Sam Miyamoto, and Earl LeMasters. I will now proceed with taking the vote. Robert Brody, 5. Bruce Redman, 1. William Bill Luddy, 5. Sam Miyamoto, 0. And Earl LeMasters, 4. So we have reached a majority vote, and those appointed are Robert Brody, William Bill Luddy, and Earl LeMasters. So that concludes this round of this item on the agenda. Mayor, if I may continue, we do
Yes.
have one more vote that we do need to take, and I'd like to quickly just present you with that staff report
Yes,
if
please.
possible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Desiree Jimenez, Assistant City Clerk. So here we are now seeking the appointment to fill one vacancy on the Sustainable Burbank Commission for an unexpired term. On May 18th, the City Clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for one resident, non-resident vacancy on the Sustainable Burbank Commission as an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025, created by the resignation of Heather Robb as she is no longer available to serve. A notice of vacancy was advertised through the same venues that I previously discussed, and the deadline to submit the applications to the City Clerk's office was on July 17th at 5 p.m. The City Clerk's office received 5 applications, and they are as follows: Charles Wilson, Samantha Moulton, Jason Bennett, Mike Van Gorder, and Simon Hamill. The applications are listed in the order received, and all applicants have met the city's COVID-19 vaccination policy. Please note that I believe Mike Van Gorder, who applied for the Landlord-Tenant Commission, may have been appointed. Let me just check on that. No, he was not appointed, so he will remain in the running for this vacancy. There is no fiscal impact associated with this item, and a reminder for the voting process: each council member is allowed to vote for the number of vacancies, which in this case is 1. So this concludes my report. Yes, this concludes my report, and we do have speaker cards that I will provide to you now, and I'm available to answer any questions that you might have.
Colleagues, do we have any questions? Okay. We have 2 speaker cards. Jason Bennett is number 1, and Simon Hamill is number 2.
All right. Good evening, Council. It's good to see you all again. Mayor, it's good to see you at the Rotary meeting today. Thank you. Just wanted to briefly advocate for myself for the Sustainable Commission. I called in a few weeks ago to advocate for my role in the Transportation Board, and while I was disappointed that I didn't get it, I'm glad to have the opportunity to come back tonight. Obviously, I want to bring that same perspective that I mentioned a few weeks ago to sustainable as well, because transportation is intimately involved in having a sustainable community. But I also wanted to mention the idea of sustainability as a holistic concept. Sustainability is inherently a big picture item. It's about seeing everything together: what we consume, what we produce, how we live. And that is honestly what I do on a day-to-day basis. I'm a software architect. My job is to put together systems. It's to understand how systems interact, how they affect each other, how making one change over here affects something down the line, how appreciating that software you create today lives for 5 years, for 10 years, for 20 years, that taking on software that someone wrote 10 years ago and you have to make a change to can affect an entire organization. And that's the sort of perspective that I want to bring to this commission, is being able to see the city, to see our state, to see our planet as a whole, and be able to understand that every choice that we make impacts our locality, our state, and our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, Simon Hamill.
I'm back. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members. My name is Simon Hamill. I know that you know that, but for the record, I've been here as a resident for over 13 years. I'm running for the Sustainable Commission for the unexpired term, and I think, I spoke with a number of you about tons of issues, and I apologize that I am not a man of few words. But I think that in thinking about it, my number one concern is really water going forward. And although we have a water and power board and we have other areas that deal with water, it's a core element of survival. It's a sustainability item. And when I spoke with Sharon and when I spoke with Nick, I talked to you about it, that my concern that when people speak about water and our current laws about water, I hear language that to me sounds like the language that was used before the financial crisis in 2006, 2008, whenever that started. And we make a lot of predictions based on how we think it's going to go. And we are going into the future in a way where I think we will have to make much deeper cuts than we've made already. And I want to avoid that, and that has to do also dealing with how we interact with state law, and that's a big concern of mine. The second biggest area that I'd like to focus on through the commission is actually green, actual green, our trees in the city. Burbank has been known in the past as Tree City, and I have been disturbed by some removal of trees in the city that I don't think are proper, and I would like to shore up our rules regarding protecting publicly owned city trees. My own bona fides in this, I showed you my bill. I don't have it tonight, but our household used 55 gallons of water and 56 gallons of water consecutively in April and May. But that was for the entire house when the state was mandating 55 per person. We have 4 people in our house. I've removed 60% of our grass and replaced that with drip irrigation. And we still do have a yard, but we have drip irrigation and drought-tolerant plants. I'm an avid gardener. And I just wanted to end with, I became involved with the city after I lost an appeal. And I am frequently asking for service from the city, but I would also like to be of service to the city and volunteer to give back to the city that I enjoy and that I live in, and to make it a place that is sustainable and will be here for my children and future generations. And I also want to wish good luck to all of the other applicants. And I enjoyed watching the library folks back there tonight. It's pretty clear people on these commissions really care about the city and care about doing a good job for them. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Mayor. I will now read the applicant list. We have Charles Wilson, Samantha Moulton, Jason Bennett, Mike Van Gorder, and Simon Hamill. I will now proceed to take the vote. Charles Wilson, 0. Samantha Moulton, 0. Jason Bennett, 3. Mike Van Gorder, and Simon Hamill. So we have Simon Hamill, sure. And we have received a majority vote, and that is to Jason Bennett, who's been appointed for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you to everybody that applied. Thank you to everybody that was successful in getting a position or getting appointed. And those members that did not get appointed, please don't give up. As you have seen, there's several openings throughout the course of the year and the term as well. So keep watching the city clerk's webpage, and they always post the openings that are available. So if there's any openings that are of interest to you, please apply, and let's do it again. Thank you very much. So next is the request to proceed with work on a proposal to install new electric vehicle chargers at the city-owned parking structure, 133 East Orange Grove Avenue. David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director of Transportation and Planning, and Drew Kidd, Acting Marketing Associate in Burbank Water and Power, please present the report. Welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Drew Kidd. I'm an Acting Marketing Associate with Burbank Water and Power, joined tonight by David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director of Transportation and Planning. And, okay. Tonight we're here to talk about a proposal to install electric vehicle charging stations at the 133 East Orange Grove parking structure. This proposal is a collaboration between Water and Power, the Community Development Department, and Public Works in order to meet the city's goals for sustainability and electric vehicle infrastructure. Tonight, we'd like to ask the council to direct staff to continue to conduct due diligence and commence negotiations for a joint project between the City of Burbank and Tesla to install electric vehicle charging stations at the 133 East Orange Grove Avenue parking structure, and then to return to City Council in closed session to discuss real estate negotiations. So this project aligns with the citywide greenhouse gas reduction goals and our greenhouse gas reduction plan to reduce emissions in the city of Burbank. Transportation is the largest source of emissions in California and the city of Burbank, so increased charging availability at city facilities will help reduce greenhouse gas emissions by reducing emissions from internal combustion engine vehicles. This also advances the 2022 legislative platform, which calls for increased electric vehicle infrastructure. These project goals, like I said, is to implement the greenhouse gas reduction plan. One of the ways it does this is by supporting regional transportation and local EV drivers. This parking structure is located near the 5 freeway, making it ideally suited to help support drivers coming in and out of Burbank on the 5 freeway. It's also near our city facilities, making it well situated to support the employees coming to visit our city facilities, residents and other visitors to those city facilities as well. It's also situated near many residents here in Burbank, including multi-unit dwelling residents north of Glen Oaks. These people in multi-unit dwellings have a harder time deploying infrastructure on their own. So projects like these help bring infrastructure to support those residents in the ability for them to purchase electric vehicles. Finally, it's near many of our great downtown Burbank businesses. This makes it ideal to support those EV drivers and also can support economic recovery and economic development by bringing additional customers with these drivers coming to visit charging stations at the structure. This project will also help implement the citywide parking management principles and expand the city's public charging network. And now I'd like to turn it over to David Kriske to talk a bit more about this structure.
Good evening again, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. David Kriske with Community Development. I wanted to give you a little bit of background and some facts on the proposed city facility that this deal might be investing in, should the council ask us to move forward. So the Orange Grove parking structure, next slide please, is the largest of our 7 downtown parking structures, plus surface lots in addition to that. It's 490 spaces, so it's very large, a lot of capacity. It's city-owned through the parking authority, so you acting as the parking authority owns that asset. And as Mr. Kidd mentioned, it is close to a lot of destinations that we think that the EV chargers would benefit from. It's close to residential, commercial, and civic uses, and it's right off the I-5. And we'll get into that in a minute, why that's important. Also, from a technical standpoint, there's electric capacity near the structure, so it's somewhat straightforward to bring electricity into the structure to support the EVs. And the structure can accommodate electrical vehicle chargers in terms of its layout and the physical structure of the parking structure. Next slide, please. The structure is maintained by the city of Burbank. And it's starting to be an older structure. It's over 30 years old. There is some deferred maintenance in it. If the council members and certainly the public uses that structure, you can see that it's functional and serviceable, but there is some issues with its environment, particularly the signing, the striping, security, lighting, paint, elevator. The elevator, there's issues with that from time to time. A lot of elevators actually around here have issues, but so it's got some deferred maintenance. It's functional, but could stand to use some improvement. Also, it's a prominent downtown landmark, just its physical size. You get off the 5 at Orange Grove and it's right there. And so there could be a way to improve that as a landmark and improve the operations and environment of that structure as part of this deal, if the council is interested. And we have limited parking revenue. We've talked about that. We've talked about strategies for moving forward on that front. We've been a little delayed because of looking at the Metrolink station first, but we don't have a lot of revenue from our parking assets, and something like this could provide another revenue source for the city's parking assets, which is why I mentioned our citywide parking principles that the council adopted. One of those 6 principles is that revenue generated by parking should stay with parking. And so we're hoping that if you want us to move forward, that some of that financial discussion would involve some revenue for the structure, and why we think that this is an interesting opportunity to pursue. Thank you.
Another attribute of the structure is located in a disadvantaged community in Burbank. Now, disadvantaged communities, for those who don't know, are areas defined by the state as disadvantaged due to a variety of environmental and income factors. So a project like this, putting this in the middle of a disadvantaged community, means we are helping bring a project that will lower emissions to a part of our city that is most affected by emissions, as we can tell by it's situated near the 5 freeway. Furthermore, the majority of funding that Burbank Water and Power uses for projects for electric vehicle charging stations comes from the Low Carbon Fuel Standard program administered by the California Air Resources Board. That program currently requires us to spend 20% of our proceeds from that program in disadvantaged communities. So this also helps us meet our regulatory requirements for spending for that program. Just a point for the background of this project is that electric vehicle market growth has been pretty impressive over the last few years. We actually reached, at the end of 2021, 1 million EVs in the state of California. Another point to point out is 70% of those vehicles currently are Tesla vehicles. So speaking more about Tesla, Tesla provided some data on the regional traffic from Tesla vehicles through the city of Burbank. They gave us data from about a month-long period in January, between January and February 2020, and there were 79,000 trips by Tesla vehicles along the 5 freeway during that period, another 28,000 trips along the 134 freeway, and you can see they had 12,000 recorded trips there on Olive Avenue in the city of Burbank. So there are many Tesla vehicles traveling to and through the city of Burbank and are registered here in Burbank to residents living here as well. Another important point is the current utilization at the existing installation at the mall. There's currently 20 Tesla superchargers at the mall, and this is the most used charging plaza that Tesla has in the nation. We estimate there's about $1 million in yearly electric sales, and you can see on a given month there could be as high as 12,800 sessions in a month. And just to tell you what that means is basically there are vehicles there from sunup to sundown. There's often lines for people waiting to charge their vehicles. And Tesla themselves estimates the need for an additional 108 additional superchargers in the city of Burbank by 2024. You may have noticed that they're not just waiting on this project, they're looking for private investment as well. There's a project currently going in at the Sprouts, and Tesla will continue to look at other locations to put these charging stations in. So there's a chance that if we don't do a project like this at a public location, it may happen at a private location that will then get the benefits of this installation instead of the city of Burbank at our facilities. I mentioned economic recovery, and Tesla provided us data on their drivers and their behavior. So superchargers attract customers to Burbank businesses, and there's business opportunities for captive audience while they're charging. So 90% of Tesla drivers and passengers exit vehicles while charging. They charge for 30 minutes on average, and they make approximately 3 visits per month. So all of those sessions we mentioned earlier, that can translate to customers visiting our local businesses to help provide economic support, economic recovery. City of Burbank isn't the only city looking into such a partnership as this. In fact, the city of Pasadena has already done two such projects, very similar in size to what we will be proposing. We continue to investigate here tonight. They are actually working on a third such project currently as well, because they've seen the benefits from that project so far. There's also projects in Palm Springs, Eastville, Ontario, Brad, West Hollywood. So again, Tesla's rapidly expanding. They're looking to put charging stations in this region. And there's a chance if the city of Burbank doesn't look for an opportunity like this, a different city may end up with these charging stations instead of the city of Burbank. So to summarize these economic benefits again, there's the very important revenues for the parking authority, electric sales revenue at this project, which would be, again, another probably over $1 million per year in electric revenue based on the size of what we're proposing. There's site improvements for the structure, support for maintenance for the structure, and increased visits to our local businesses. So now I'd like to talk a bit about the project itself. Before I get into it, I do want to talk a little bit about the technology for EV charging. Now, this project would use direct current fast charging or DC fast charging and level 2 infrastructure. Direct current fast charging is what Tesla uses. They call their product the supercharger. This is a proprietary version of the DC fast charging technology, which basically allows for 200 miles of charging in a half-hour period. Burbank Water and Power would be installing their own DC fast charging technology, which would be universal and accessible by all drivers. Tesla's charging stations would be restricted currently to only Tesla drivers. Burbank Water and Power would also install some level 2 charging stations alongside this equipment. Level 2 charging equipment is, as you can see that picture, the technology we currently have installed at the community service building, and it's also the type of technology that people may deploy in their homes. This gives more like 25 miles per half hour for charging. So here's the proposed layout for the Burbank Water and Power part of the project. This is something that we put together in collaboration with Community Development Department and Public Works on this layout, making sure that this works for all the departments involved. We'd be putting 12 DC fast chargers and 8 level 2 charging ports on the 3rd level of the structure as currently proposed. Now for the Tesla part of this project, they would be splitting their infrastructure between the 4th and 5th levels. The main reason for this is accessibility. There is an elevator in the structure that we mentioned. That elevator only goes to the 4th floor, does not go to the roof. So that means for accessibility reasons, some of the infrastructure must be deployed on the 4th floor and the remainder would go on the roof. And here is actually a rendering given to us by Tesla of what that installation might look like on the 4th floor there. Now, again, I mentioned the balance of the equipment would go to the 5th floor of the structure. This is the supercharger stations, as well as some other equipment they need to support those stations. And here's a rendering of what that would look like on the roof. Part of this project would be a roughly $1 million investment in just utility electrical infrastructure, and that's what I'm showing here. We would be deploying a new pad mount switch as well as 2 more utility transformers in the alley to support this project, bringing power from First Street from an existing manhole there. And here are some renderings of what that equipment would look like. There's an existing easement, a utility easement throughout the alley. What we're proposing would go within that existing utility easement there in the alley. So these are the transformers. This is a rendering of what that pad mount switch might look like. And then additionally, the current electrical room in this building is at capacity. So the metering switchgear would need to go inside the structure. So that would take an additional few parking spaces inside the structure. Also, all this would be, we would consider art and public spaces for all this because the aesthetics of the structure is also very important to this project. So to summarize these benefits, this aligns with Burbank's sustainable initiatives. It supports clean transportation. It will help us accelerate the local EV market while supporting economic recovery and implementing our citywide parking management principles. So our recommendation is for the City Council to direct staff to continue conducting due diligence and commence negotiations for a joint project between the City of Burbank and Tesla to install electric vehicle charging stations at the 133 East Orange Grove Avenue parking structure, and then to return to City Council in closed session to discuss the real estate negotiations. As I mentioned, this project was a collaboration between Burbank Water and Power and our other departments. We had a core project team of myself, Janine Edwards, Riso, who is our consultant who worked in Pasadena on similar projects, David Kriske with CDD, Simone McFarland with CDD, and Dean Pearson with Public Works. I'd like to thank them all for their contributions to this project, and many others. And now I'd like to open the floor to any questions you might have.
No, thank you for the report. This is very exciting, obviously, for us, for Burbank.
Yeah.
I find it exciting. I have a couple of questions about the parking structure.
Absolutely.
Can you park there over?
No, we don't have any cards.
I'll let David answer that.
So the current rules for the structure are no overnight parking, no parking 3 to 5 a.m. There's a daytime hourly limit that expires in the evening, and those are the current regulations. So part of this project, if we move forward, similar to what we did at the CSB lot, is to figure out if those regulations make sense for the EV drivers in the market of those who would be using the chargers, we may want to propose or consider some modifications. So we have some experience with our CSB lot, what types of EV drivers are charging and when and where. So we can use that. We can use some of, for this project, some of Tesla's data to find out when people charge and what types of users. The CSB lot is interesting. We do allow overnight EV up there because it's directly near residential development above Glen Oaks. And so part of that project was to see if there was a market for overnight parking for residents. This one could also provide that because we do have residents in our downtown, but the market is a little bit different in that the Tesla folks are coming through Burbank, a lot of them, and we're trying to generate economic development and traffic as well. So in that case, we may not want to have overnight, but we'd want to look at, I think, the data from both Tesla and our current users to see what makes sense in terms of allowing overnight parking. Well, we have our location just down the street on San Fernando. We'd actually probably not want them to go down to Tesla and have free coffee. We want them to come and browse in downtown Burbank and maybe use some of our businesses. But similar sort of thing. I think the Tesla driver is used to charging and then taking advantage of some amenity. And in this case, we think that hope that the amenity is downtown Burbank. But yeah, it'd be kind of extending that sort of experience.
But that direction is already in the vehicle, where it's giving you direction to the Tesla dealership.
Yes.
Where they have, and it's free. Whereas ours would it be free as well?
No, we would hope that you'd spend your dollar here. Yes.
Well, I can speak to that a little bit more. The stations that Tesla would be deploying as part of this would still be free to their drivers in that structure. And as we mentioned, currently the superchargers in Burbank are at capacity at a lot of the time. So what they'll be directed to is whatever is the current open charging station or the one that they could be next in line at. So that may very well be the structure in a lot of cases.
Okay. Thank you. The $1 million projection, is that per year or is that?
That is per year, yeah.
To the parking authority?
Oh.
So the big dollar amount is electric power sales. That is restricted and it would stay with the power with BWP. However, there's the idea that we'll be in effect renting or leasing the physical space in the structure for Tesla to operate, and there's a economic value to that, and that's part of what we want to talk about. Is a revenue that should stay with the parking authority because it's being generated off of the parking structure, and so that economic value is something we may want to consider staying with the parking authority.
But those other spots that are city-owned, for lack of a better word, that money goes back to the utility?
The power goes to the utility. The rents could stay with the parking authority. The rent for being located in the structure.
Could you?
Yes. The other option is that the BWP could be considered a tenant of the parking authority. So their facilities are using the parking authority to be there, and they could pay a share of that same rent.
Because that's a problem we're running into. Parking authority funding is dropping very quickly. We don't have enough monies going into that. That's why our all our parking structures are being so deteriorated because there is no parking authority funding. So we're trying to create more funding for the parking authority, which would go back into those structures.
Yes.
Okay.
But we don't currently lease spaces where the other EV chargers are in public parking lots.
No, we do not. Now, there aren't a lot right now. It's really our CSB lot's kind of the main one, and there's some kind of occasional ones out there now. This would be kind of a new way of thinking about that. Tesla's and the BWP chargers coming in together is causing us to kind of rethink those finances.
That's exciting. Colleagues, any other questions or comments? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff, great presentation. And I can tell you from personal experience, that line at the town center is outrageous. I do wait in it, but it's one of the reasons I go to the mall every couple of weeks, and it does exactly what you're saying, Mr. Kriske. It drives me there to spend my dollars at our mall. So I think it's great because we're going to be doubling Tesla charging capacity in the city. But I want to talk about the 20 other charges that are non-Tesla. So how many, excluding Tesla from the mix, how many DCFC or what is it, direct current fast charging stations do we have in Burbank that are not affiliated with Tesla?
That's a good question. So Burbank Water and Power currently only has 2 deployed that we operate. There's one at the airport, and there's one at the Lakeside Shopping Center on Pass Avenue near the 134 freeway. However, there are the Electrify America charging stations that are near the Walmart at the Empire Center. I believe there are 10 there.
Okay.
And there's an additional 4 the Bank of America that Electrify America also currently operates. And those are the ones that I'm aware of.
Okay, so I like this proposal because not just for Tesla, but for non-Tesla vehicles, we're practically doubling capacity across the city with this project. My only question is, so you want 8, what are they, level 2 charging stations? Forgive me, it's probably a silly question. Why wouldn't you want all DCFC charging stations? I mean, you can charge it up in a fraction of the time, and so I'm just curious, why 12 and 8? Why split the difference?
That's a good question. When we proposed it this way originally, it's because not all vehicles can use a DC fast charging station. Plug-in hybrid vehicles generally can't use a DC fast charging station, and our intention was to not exclude any drivers. This is the proposed project. Numbers can change if our conditions have changed. So.
Great. No, I'll look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say. But again, I think it's great, and it's great to put it on the other end of the town center and all those great restaurants and shops right there on San Fernando. It makes sense to me because hopefully we're going to drive people to get down there while their car is charging and spend a little time in downtown Burbank. Great idea.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that presentation. Tesla approached us, and that's why we have this available for us. We weren't looking for this. They should have knocked on our door.
They did approach us. They were looking for places that they could do a project like this, but we saw this as an opportunity. That $1 million investment in the utility infrastructure, while it's larger because they're part of this project, we would still have a very significant barrier to doing a project like this without their investment. Mm-hmm. So this is a great opportunity for us. And we spent a lot of time looking at locations where this could work, and this is what we determined was the best, based off of partially off a ranking system that we had created as a cross-departmental effort for where projects like this could happen, and just through process of elimination. So
okay. Tesla is notorious for their union busting tactics. Have we reached out to GM or Ford, to union motor companies? Because they're both trying to expand their footprint for chargers as well, and maybe get a competing offer. Have we done that research?
We have not. No.
Okay. I would like to do that first, honestly. Yeah. Back to the chargers. The Tesla supercharger can only be used by Teslas, right?
That's right. They do currently represent 70% of the charging market, as I mentioned.
Sure.
One interesting, I think, point of reference is currently with that session data that we have. On a certain month, they might have 11,500 sessions. That's what one month they gave us. That's not even the highest month that they've had, but they can have that many sessions. That's 20 sessions per station per day. For our other charging stations that we have, such as the DC fast charger at Lakeside Shopping Center, the best that's ever done is 5.5 sessions per day. Mm-hmm. In Pasadena, they did these similar projects where they installed these Tesla charging stations alongside their own universal DC fast charging stations. At one of the structures where they do charge a parking fee for you to go in, but the electricity is free, mm-hmm. they see 3.3 sessions per day compared to that 20 that Tesla might see, and they see 8.7 sessions per day at those stations where there's no fee for people to park. And so...
well, I understand it's popular. I know Tesla's popular.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's good. So my feelings towards this is that if we as a city get into business with a company that has very unscrupulous business practices, as far as I'm concerned, that's not a fact, that's just my opinion. I think it would behoove us to instead look for some alternatives. I mean, you know, I want to buy a Chevy Bolt, but I can't charge that at a Tesla supercharger, right? And so if we build the infrastructure that we want to see, maybe we can start to change some of the practices that people are, you know, if a Burbank resident sees that there's a lot more of the level 2 and the fast chargers rather than the Tesla supercharger, they may be more inclined to purchase a different automobile. Hello.
Hi, Janine Edwards, Assistant General Manager of Sustainability, Marketing, and Strategy. The best job in the city of Burbank. I wanted just to address your comment, Vice Mayor Anthony, in regards to potentially looking at a partnership with other companies who are also looking to expand their their charging network. I don't think this is a either or question. I think we can actually do that in parallel. So, you know, the electric vehicle charging market has been changing dramatically over the last couple of years, and we are looking to keep up with that growth. We have restrictions on our electric grid that really prevents, you know, just ubiquitous charging across the city. The Assistant General Manager of Electric Services, Riyadh Slayman, can speak to those limitations. And so, as we move into this new era of electric vehicle charging stations, we have to look at all options. The point of Tesla as a company, and if as a city we would like to engage, we want to take a stand on who we would like to do business with or who we do not, I think is a good question for the council to consider. But I do want to speak on behalf of the Burbank residents who do own Teslas. They exclusively can charge at those for free. I think we have to look at parallel paths for this, because I think we would be doing a disservice to our residents who own Tesla vehicles. Out of all the electric vehicle owners in the city of Burbank, 70% of them do own Teslas. So we really have to think hard about our question with Tesla. But I take that feedback, and we will look to reach out, because we need to look at all options to make this a reality.
And don't get me wrong, I love the project. We definitely need to expand this. And I think from my perspective, it's not that we don't do business with Tesla. It's that they came to us. Sure, fine, let's work with them. But then let's also reach out and see who else is doing this.
And I would agree, and it's something that is certainly on our roadmap to do.
Councilmember Frutos?
I kind of want to piggyback with the vice mayor. So we're 17 square miles. So the 70% that own Teslas can charge their cars in the comfort of their own home. I guess when we talk about fairness and equity across the board, that's part of our policy now. I'm looking around and I'm seeing Hyundais that are chargeable now. I'm seeing Volkswagens. And I also know, because I sit on the Public Powers Committee in Washington, D.C., that there's millions of dollars from the federal government to support local municipalities to build our electrical infrastructure, especially if you're within 2 miles of a freeway. So trying to be inclusive, there's folks that want an electric car, like the vice mayor said, a Chevy Volt. But if we're going to invest or allow this type of partnership, how is it fair to everybody who doesn't have a Tesla but would like to take the opportunity to charge? But here we're giving real estate, we're working with one company without giving the council the options and really looking into the other. Because I see more and more Volkswagens and Hondas, along with Teslas, the charging station right there at the Buena Vista Library, or the charging station by the gymnasium right there on Hollywood Way. I just would like to see options for the council to discuss and just jump on board with a big company that really won't support the equity across the whole city to get everybody on board to get electrical vehicles. We can't afford a $70,000 car, but Chevy's talking about $6,000 discount and being able to get an electric Chevy Bolt for like $32,000, $40,000. And I'm thinking about the future, not the current with Tesla. That's where I'm kind of picking back with the vice mayor.
So what staff can't share with you this evening, because they're requesting to go into closed session, are the price and terms that Tesla might be willing to pay to make this project work. So that's part of the direction they're asking for this evening, is to discuss with council what Tesla's also willing to offer that, as Mr. Kidd mentioned, makes the project more feasible than if BWP was trying to do it on their own.
Councilmember Springer?
So the BWP charging stations are available for other cars to use? Absolutely. Other than?
That's correct. Yeah, the stations we would install would be, they would be universal agnostic stations any driver could use.
Okay, so that's almost half and half, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I agree. I think a parallel, like do this, because 70% of the chargers are Tesla, and I can tell you, I choose Uber Green when I go, and I'm usually in a Tesla. And they have the screen there, and it shows them where they can charge. And they might be from Long Beach, and they just drove up here, and they need to charge. So I think in parallel, as much as we can, to be equitable, like moving forward.
I did want to mention, actually, back to what you mentioned earlier, we actually do have applications in for those grant monies to do projects for DC fast charging at other locations throughout the city as well. So we are looking at that, but, we mentioned it's parallel paths, and, this will require a lot of investment. A project like this can help supplement those other projects we have to put out more universal charging stations throughout the city of Burbank.
Vice Mayor?
Well, if it's possible, I mean, if we move this forward, what I'd like to see is utilizing, I want to see what Tesla's offering, those prices, but then let's use that as a negotiating tactic to reach out to General Motors and Ford and any other, any Japanese companies that have good contracts that we can, put something else on the table as well. Maybe they pay for the other half, right? So get the whole thing covered.
So just a couple of thoughts on that. I agree. I think we definitely need to look for other areas. And like as Mr. Kidd mentioned, we're looking at grant funding. The money that Burbank Water and Power is going to be using to make this investment is actually low carbon fuel standard money. So it's not even coming from our rates. It's coming from a totally different source. The one point, oh my goodness, I just had a brain freeze. So I will conclude there that we are looking at diversified, like funding, diversified opportunities. And the last thing is, to put into context of our relationship with Tesla. Tesla came to us because, as we mentioned, we have the busiest station in the nation. In comparison to other areas, like Burbank is like 10 times more used. They are going to invest in the city somewhere. Burbank Water and Power will get those electric sales somewhere within the city. The real question here is to pursue an opportunity to get the parking authority some additional funding based on that.
Is there any discussions about putting up solar panels up at the top floor?
That was something we look at, and it's a question that we get very often from our community. The building, from what I understand, and if somebody else can speak more to it, it can currently only hold the current charging stations. Adding the additional load of solar would be too much from a seismic perspective. And so it is an old building. It would require a whole overhaul if we were going to do solar. But we do look to put solar on every rooftop in every space that we possibly can. So it is something that we looked at. Mayor Talamantes, when you mentioned that, it finally brought to mind what I was going to say. I think what's missing from this conversation is that we have not necessarily shared with you our Burbank Water and Power's roadmap to bring in electric stations throughout the city. On an annual basis, we actually have plans to install stations, and we have plans on particular locations that we are looking at. We have the discretion to go ahead and do that, but we haven't necessarily brought that plan to you. So something that I would certainly invite is for us to return to share with you what our particular plan is for electric vehicle charging deployment. Which would include our public investment as well as potential private investments. And I think that would bring a bigger context as to where this particular contract will be playing into.
Now, do we provide a map of the locations of these charging units anywhere?
Yeah.
Do we have it on 311?
We have it on 311.
It's on our website. I know on Burbank Water and Power's website. I will need to check about 311.
Yeah. I do know with 311, I'm not actually quite sure it's on the roadmap yet, but they are actively developing that website. They're actually developing the app, and it's something we can definitely look at. But look at to add to 311, so people can see where we have charging stations.
Right. Vice Mayor?
Just a quick follow-up. Is that something we can submit to like Google Maps or MapQuest or Waze? Like, can we submit those points?
They usually show up on Google Maps because we use, currently most of our stations are charge point stations, and they have their own software, and that usually ends up on Google Maps through that, ends up on PlugShare, which is another commonly used website for where people find these. But most drivers will most likely find it because they have a charge point app or whichever app of the charging stations we put there, and that's where they'll locate it. But it'll be everywhere.
Councilmember Fruto.
I like the idea about the charging stations in downtown and bring more business. I totally support that. But I also like to see when this comes back, or we meet in closed session or at a follow-up discussion on this charger, is I like to see the utility come up with the out-of-the-box idea to maybe work with Tesla or Chevy or GM, whoever you guys work with. But we need to look at, because of 70,000, and you're telling me the majority of the residents of Burbank drive Teslas, I'd like to see if there could be an opportunity also to support our schools. That if we're going to be making, real estate money off the rental of the charging, because we've got ADUs, we've got development projects moving forward, that it would be really nice as an additional funding type source to just put it on the table for future discussion of how this could support the children of our community and our school district for the future education needs financially as a funding source for the schools. Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to echo what my colleagues, Vice Mayor Anthony and Councilmember Frutos, have said. I do think equity is a key piece here. I just view this as a really unique opportunity to take advantage of. The reality is that we have a utility that I would describe as having certainly a tough financial situation and outlook, and we have Tesla willing to make an investment of $500,000 in infrastructure that we don't have those funds to do. And it's very rarely that you can look to a source of over $1 million in electric fund revenue, from that. So I think that to me looks like an opportunity that we should seize. But to your point, Councilmember Frutos, I also think the value is that even though 70% of electric vehicle drivers in Burbank are driving Tesla, we're devoting half and maybe even more than half when the final plans are done to non-Tesla vehicles. So in a way, Tesla is sort of subsidizing the non-Tesla vehicles here. So I think this is actually a deft business move. I'm impressed, and I would be supportive of moving it along and then in closed session talking about specific terms and how we can really get the most leverage out of this negotiation.
Yeah, that's definitely my position. I want to hear more. So colleagues, is there a motion? Councilmember Springer?
Sure, hold on just a second.
Okay.
So the recommendation is we direct staff to continue conducting due diligence and commence negotiations for a joint project between the City of Burbank and Tesla to install electric vehicle charging stations at the 133 East Orange Grove Avenue parking structure. Burbank Water and Power would install non-proprietary DC fast charging and level 2 charging stations, and Tesla would gain access to the structure to install proprietary Tesla supercharger stations in exchange for Tesla investing in necessary electrical charging infrastructure, site improvements, and contributing to ongoing revenue to support the city's public parking facilities. And then also, we recommend direct staff to return to City Council in closed session to discuss the real estate negotiations.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'd like to add a second motion that we direct staff to reach out to General Motors, Ford, Hyundai, Volkswagen, Toyota, Honda, to see if there are other partnerships available for similar projects in the future.
Second.
Now, would that be an additional agenda item? Or,
Well, it's related to the agenda item and the discussion that came out. For purposes of clarity, I think, one of the ways that staff might do that, could be to do an RFQ, separate and apart from this. That would be a more organized way for staff to reach out with the same information to other vendors and all.
And actually, if I could very quickly, most of these auto manufacturers do not do charging stations on their own. I think a recommendation maybe would be to look at other charging station manufacturers and charging station deployers. I think that is something we could realistically look into. So I think more generally, that could be inclusive of auto companies like Volkswagen through Electrify America, but something more general, I think, around charging station manufacturers and would be.
I'll amend the motion to any charging station manufacturers.
I'll agree.
okay.
And
So an RFQ or some other competitive process is sufficient?
so amended, yes.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Madam City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looking forward to seeing you again. The fourth report this evening is the authorization for pre-planning and feasibility analysis of developing a tiny homes village project at northeast corner of North Lincoln Street and North Victory Place, commonly referred to as Lincoln Yard, and request for proposals for related consultant services. Ms. Simone McFarland, Assistant Community Development Director of Business and Economic Development, please present the report. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here tonight. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, who just ran out, is running back in, and the rest of our City Council. As you indicated, I'm Simone McFarland, Assistant Director for Community Development, and tonight I'm joined by Marcus Gonzalez, our Housing Manager for the City of Burbank, and also we have additional planning staff here tonight to answer any questions later on. Let's see, thank you. Perfect timing. We are here tonight to present you a proposal for Tiny Home Village, and we are asking for your authorization to proceed with pre-planning work for the proposed project. Before I go into details about the project and the proposal, it's important to understand why this item is being brought to you tonight. 3 years ago, the City Council approved the city's homeless plan. In it, we talked about the need for a homeless shelter in Burbank, and there's a few reasons that created this need. First, in the 2020 LA homeless count, Burbank had 291 reported homeless persons. We suspect this number has increased since, despite our current efforts and the fact that we've helped more than 135 people find shelter or return to their loved ones return home to their loved ones during the last 2 years. In support of the city's homeless housing efforts, we've been using other cities and county shelters during this time period. During COVID, the state and LA County began Operation Room Key, which took vacant hotel rooms and provided shelters within these facilities. More recently, these rooms are being converted to permanent supportive housing. That is housing that also provides supportive services to homeless individuals. This has reduced the number of shelter beds available on any given night and makes it less likely that we'll be able to provide a bed in Burbank for a Burbank resident. Additionally, the Supreme Court case, Martin versus Boise, in that case, the court ruled that homelessness is not a crime. Therefore, Burbank must allow our people to live on the streets unless other accommodations can be provided. So I want to be clear here, we are not intending to force homeless into a proposed shelter. That would be illegal. But our intent is to provide humane, individualized approaches that will help with supportive services and the ability to provide shelter when we need it. And then lastly, Burbank must do its part to end homeless, as each city along with the county has a responsibility to help. And as you've already heard tonight early on with our community survey, our residents expect us to be part of this answer, and a shelter could be part of that response. So let's talk about what is a shelter. A shelter can be an open room with partitioned areas for each individual. It could be a hotel room like what's being used for Project Room Key, or it could be a tiny home. For this purposes, tonight we would be talking about a tiny home village designated as an emergency shelter that includes units or cottages, as we call them, to help bridge the transition from living on the streets to a more permanent housing. The duration is intended to be 90 days, but it can be extended to 6 months if the homeless person is working towards bettering themselves and obtaining permanent housing. This could include receiving an emergency voucher in the future or living within affordable housing. Finding a location for a shelter has not been an easy task. As indicated, a shelter is part of our prior homeless plan, and it's likely to be part of our new plan. Staff has looked for hotels and land, along with industrial and commercial buildings. Each one of these searches has had its challenges. For instance, staff has looked at the Scott Motel, and after reviewing this property, found that there were capital and funding costs that exceeded our available budget, and we could not meet the strict requirements for state grants. Staffs also looked at Caltrans properties within the city and found that these sites are too small to accommodate the necessary cottages and support facilities needed for a shelter. Furthermore, Caltrans places specific limitations on the locations of these buildings in relationship to the bridge structure. For instance, we cannot place a building within 20 feet of the bridge drip line, and that is that overhang, and that is not allowed. Lastly, we purchased the building at 323 North Front Street, and one of the future development options considered during the purchase was creating a congregate living facility after Hollywood Piano moved out in February of next year. This could still be an option. However, there are larger considerations when looking at the future for this property. For instance, would this be the highest and best use for this site, as it's a gateway to our city for the Metrolink and Interstate 5. There are current leases in place, and the building revenue is currently covering our cost. Furthermore, the council may want to look at the site within a larger context of the downtown transient-oriented specific plan that will be coming to you later this year. Lastly, the use of this location in the future warrants its own feasibility analysis to determine the highest and best use of the site consistent with the City Council and general plan goals. So let's talk about what we can do. When looking for a tiny home village location, we had the following project proposals. We wanted a potential site that could accommodate approximately 27 cabins or 48 to 50 people. Subject to council funding, the unit count and capacity, subject to funding and the unit count and the capacity may change based on our analysis in the future. And our selection of an architect and engineer consultants working on the proposed scope of the project, should you decide to move forward. Included as part of the effort is to find a balance between developing something that is right-sized to support Burbank's homeless and while still being financially feasible to construct and operate. Subject to the council's approval, staff will know more once we have the RFP responses from prospective consultants and they're received. Additionally, the cabins would be prefabbed units and include beds, storage, HVAC, electricity, and space for personal items. Some of these units would be designated as ADA accessible from the beginning, and others could be designed to quickly be converted to include those ADA accommodations if we should need them. The project would not be congregate living, so room sharing would only be in place if the users were considered to be a single-family unit. As we learn more in terms of how many units are typically needed and used for one bed and how many are needed to cover the service provider's costs, we may need to add more units. This would include an assessment from selected design consultants and would be fully vetted with the council, including public input in the development and design of the final plans. Additionally, children would not be allowed on this project site. It's not good practice to mix children with a wide variety of people who have been living on the streets. But luckily, in Burbank, we do have alternatives to support families and children that include strong programs through our housing partners like Home Again and Burbank Housing Corporation. The lot would be screened with perimeter fencing, including interior and perimeter lighting, on-site landscaping, and will have asphalt paving or DG, dirt and gravel. In evaluating the sites, we determined that we needed a location that would be large enough to include moving the SAFE, which is our homeless storage center, to this proposed location. As part of the envisioned feasibility analysis that would be undertaken by the consultant team, the city would look at how to provide an on-site administrative office, showers, restrooms, laundry services, and it's envisioned that pets would be allowed, so a pet run would be needed or some type of similar facility. Shade would be provided throughout the site with outdoor seating and picnic areas and water fountains. With all this in mind, staff went looking and found a potential site that is already owned by the city. Good news. The project location is at the northeast corner of Victory Place in North Lincoln. Interstate 5 and the railroad tracks run the length of one side of the project site, and industrial buildings run behind. Currently, staff refers to this as Lincoln Yard. There are some residential units that are northeast of the project site and around the corner on North Lincoln Street. The lot is approximately 2 acres, and it's been used as a staging area for Caltrans for the I-5 freeway improvements, and they're currently moving out of that site. The early concepts for this project site needs to focus on development. The early concept for the project site seeks to focus development on the south side of the site, or that area to your right on the screen. The final conceptual design would be subject to input from the land development team and consultants, including the architect and engineer, as well as input from the council and the public. Any final designs would seek to buffer the project site as best possible from the residential area on the left. There are utilities and water easements that run on the lot and near the industrial buildings, and parking would remain on North Victory. And the community input would be part of this process. Upon approval to move forward, staff would issue an RFP for third-party services. The selected provider would act as a 24/7 on-site manager, ensuring safety, providing counseling and referrals to service providers, along with overseeing the safe homeless storage facility. Other providers could ultimately be added to help with medical assistance, mental health, drug counseling, and possibly a feeding program for those residents at the village. While all of this seems to be a good possibility, there are many requirements, and it is not perfect. As part of the existing public right-of-way, staff would need to put in a right-of-way vacation and create a parcel map. We would need to have our architecture and engineering drawings developed and hold community meetings, as I've said already, to solicit input throughout the process. The best utility connection locations need to be considered, and staff would go through the PD or the plan development planning process, entitlement process. This would require public noticing, hearings, planning board input, and city council final review and approval. Additionally, because federal funds are being used, we would have to complete the environmental projects for both federal and state, and that could include a health risk assessment. All said, this effort and development of the proposed project would take time with various steps in the process to design and bring forth a project with public input for the council consideration. Wherever possible, city staff will be seeking to undertake work concurrently to streamline the process and reduce the time to develop the project and bring it forward to for your consideration. Staff estimates that the project development, inclusive of design and city council approval, will take between 9 and 12 months to facilitate through future permitting, and it's anticipated that construction will take another 6 to 12 months. Therefore, a total project timeframe is anywhere from 18 to 24 months. Not as fast as we would like, but necessary. While tiny homes are less expensive, building multifamily housing, it's still not cheap. There are costs associated with bringing the utilities, purchasing the cabins and the trailers, along with construction plans, permits, and environmental studies. Staff's very preliminary estimates are approximately $3 million for the design and construction of the project. We currently have $2.5 million set aside that can be used for this type of project, but actual estimated costs won't be available until we have the construction drawings and the engineering estimates. Additionally, there'll be recurring costs for the services. Once the city has an estimate from these costs obtained through an RFP process, we will ask the county for assistance and look at our permanent local housing allocation funds as a partial option to helping with this. They can't do the whole thing. This is money that we receive from the state, and it can qualify for this type of use. So to summarize, staff is asking City Council for the authorization to proceed with pre-planning and site investigation work in assessing the feasibility of the tiny home project. There are many questions that we will still need to answer as we go through this process, and Marcos, myself, and the planning division are all available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. Are there any speakers or cards?
No, Mr. Mayor, we don't have any.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that report. I'm so glad that this report came up the same day that we saw the community survey, where, I mean, the vast majority of our residents are asking for us to get involved and do this. Not necessarily this specific project, but definitely something like this. And I think this is going to work in tandem and work well with all of our other partners in this, all the nonprofits that we work with, potentially even at some future date, the piano store and all the other things we have down the pipeline. We took a tour. I can't remember which one of us. I think all of us have gone there to the other tiny home spot in North Hollywood. It's nice. It feels like summer camp. It's, it's not permanent, but it's stable and it's safe. And having that locally, we're able to do so much more outreach, especially integrating people who became homeless in Burbank into Burbank services. We work so much to send a lot of our folks elsewhere to Ascensia and Glendale or the other tiny homes around LA and they lose track. They lose the connection to family and friends in Burbank. And so I'm very excited for this project. Keeping it local, doing the good work that we already know our partners are good at, and I think it's a brilliant move moving forward. So thank you for everything on this.
Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you. I've got a lot of questions for staff. This location, to me, is not the best location in the city. It seems like we are dumping so much on the Golden specific location, from overdevelopment. We got the Fry's project. Now we got the old Logix project. The crime trend in that area, because I live in that neighborhood, I frequent that neighborhood, is horrible. The Quality Inn, we've had a shooting there. The Ramada Inn, we lost one of our police officers. That's a major on and off the 5 freeway. There's nothing but problems. The neighbors complain of the drug use in that area. The neighbors complain of, from time to time, prostitution that comes in that neighborhood. You've got the Jack in a Box there. I wonder if staff, have you looked at, since we purchased the Hollywood piano, and it seems for the amount of money we're going to rehab this location, we've already bought the Hollywood piano. That could be a perfect location to take this money and rehab that and add the tiny homes. We already have the storage facility that we spent money on, $300,000. We put a trailer up there and all the storage bins to help out. But most important, there's public transportation there to help the folks that need to get on a bus, need to get on a train to go take that job interview. There's an elementary school close by. On the other side of the freeway, showers can be put right there. We own that parking lot. We own that whole property. Why are we utilizing that? That's going to be away from residents, because in looking at the survey, 55% made it clear. Residents' health and safety on local sidewalks, parks, and other public areas. And what's going to happen during the daytime for folks that are tired of being there? They're going to go right into the Empire Center. They're going to be panhandling. They're going to want something to eat. It's human nature. I know as a police officer, I've dealt with this stuff. And then that whole area outside of our tiny homes, where we have the flyover bridge to the Empire Center, they all graded that. It's just dirt. We don't control that property. So it's easy for somebody to show up overnight and set up a camp, because that's not our property. That's railroad right-of-way, because that's part of the 50 feet, the flyaway and the tracks on either side. So homeless shows up, citizen calls to complain, they're going to call the railroad. The railroad special agents might not get there, and I've done that job. We might not get there for a couple weeks. So I just think we're adding more to a neighborhood that we're building out, and they're already struggling. It's an older neighborhood. I think that the best location for consideration, because we've got the trailer already for caseworker. The Salvation Army is already in partnership with us at that storage facility. Most important, there's public transportation. Folks that, got to take a job interview or got to do something, or maybe they finally found a forever home. They got transportation, they got a bike path, but most important, they're not in that area by residents. They're not going to be causing issues for the business. I went to the North Hollywood Village, and it's a great place. I'm not knocking it. This is really good to help somebody out. I'm all supportive of that. But as a police officer, I look at the fallout, and I look at the issues that are happening in North Hollywood. I'm a big Ford guy. I go to Ford. Before the pandemic, and just before we had that horrible shooting that happened at the Burlington Coat Factory, Ford had to call LAPD every day because the folks that couldn't get into the tiny homes, well, they just set up camp anywhere in those neighborhoods. And they were burglarizing their new cars that they used to have. They don't have them anymore. And those businesses, customers went away because they didn't want to be panhandled. And let's not forget this, for the safety of our residents, we can't have a cop there 7/24. We can't have a mental health technician right on the Johnny on the spot. This happens. I think strategically, I would be really supportive of looking at the Hollywood Piano. We just purchased it from redevelopment agency money. We are going to make that. We've all agreed when we bought it that is going to be a homeless shelter, a temporary, to help people with a caseworker, wrapped around services. So why would we take money to redevelop this area that's just down the street from 24-Hour Fitness Center, West Coast Customs, 2 hotels, Quality Inn, Jack in the Box, and just realize that the people that don't get in are going to camp out on that nicely landscaped part of the railroad now for the flyaway bridge and set up their tents. That's what's troubling for me, where I think we have a better location to support this idea to help people down by the transportation center on the other side, that we've already begun this hard work. That's what I'm asking the council to give direction to staff to look at that as an option. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Well, what is the status on the piano store?
The lease, can you hear me? The lease will expire in February of 2023. We have not renegotiated with them yet, but we wanted to come to you tonight and see what your decision was going to be, and then we would go back to them and renegotiate.
So you're looking at 27 cabins for this project. If we took that money and put it into the piano store February 23, what's the timeline? Would we be able to do the same amount? Would we be able to go faster, slower? What's the difference?
We would have to do more research because we haven't not looked at that site in as depth as we have the site we're proposing tonight, the Lincoln Yard. So we would have to go back and look at that and then come back and bring it to you. I will say one of the considerations that we thought about in that location is that we would probably do congregate living within that footprint where the piano store is in now, which seems to be something that the homeless are not as interested in participating with. Tiny homes seems to be the way that everything is going, and is the most successful kind of model.
Congregate living, is that what Essentia does right now?
Congregate living would be that we would take that bullpen, basically the inside of the piano store, and then put up small walls, little partitions. They would be a little bit higher than this, and you would have 1 or 2 beds in each of those, kind of like a cube, right? And that would be your little area that would be yours.
What kind of folks like that version versus the tiny homes? Like, is it people with families and partners? Like, who prefers the congregate living?
Probably, in my estimate, would be the homeless that are more social.
Okay.
They want to be closer to other people. We find that the tiny homes are preferred because you have your own little area. You can lock your door from the inside, especially for women. You can secure yourself inside there at night and not have to worry. You have your own living space, and you can leave some of your items there during the day if you need to go out and look for a job or something like that. You know that everything is safe. Where congregate living, it would just be laying on your bed or under your bed or in a cupboard there at your bedside.
If I can also add, Mayor Marcos Gonzalez, Housing Development Manager, the congregate living is just your typical shelter. One of the things that we've learned about is they're very low barrier. So when you talk about low barrier, anyone can access the program. You don't have to do a background screening. And there's security issues sometimes because of that. Or many people don't want to stay in those beds. Not saying that it's a negative thing, but to have it available to us is a better option than not having anything at all. The other component about tiny homes, when we talk about those programs, we've received some funding that is only available for tiny home villages. So we would not be able to use some of our money that we're proposing in this design because it's restricted to tiny homes. Since right now that's the big push that we're hearing from the county. And these are some county funds that we have been able to compete for and receive to do this feasibility study.
Just the last question. Congregate housing is typically accessible by someone simply showing up and going through the intake process right then and there and getting a space that night. It's a pretty quick process. Is that correct?
Well, the intake is usually by the outreach teams. They'll do intakes out in the field and make sure there's a bed available. They don't just drop in nowadays.
Sure.
Right? So that's how the intakes normally will be out.
But that's much faster than, say, waiting for the intake process for a tiny homes where they do more scrutinization.
Well, your tiny home, you really do want to have like doing a lot of, before the tiny home opens, what we would normally see is that teams already are collecting this information, who's interested in those beds. So that way the occupancy rates are full at all times. We don't want to have an empty bed at any tiny home or a shelter. We just want to be able to have people lined up to go into those units.
And how many people would we be able to house at a congregate living in that piano store? What's the estimate there?
We don't have that number right now. We have to go through and do some more due diligence to find that out.
The reason I ask these questions is because I appreciate what you're saying. I totally get it. But they're two different types of housing, right? You have a very low barrier, quick to enter congregate living for very specific folks who can handle that. It's usually younger folks. It's usually people who have maybe a duffel bag. They've been homeless a very short amount of time and they just need a place to stay. The tiny homes is much more structured. And, I don't know what's going on in North Hollywood, but Burbank is different. We operate things differently. We know how to direct people where they need to go. People, I can't imagine anyone showing up and knocking on the door of the tiny homes and being refused service to the point where they start camping out there. If we also do all this other outreach and if we move forward with the piano store as well, I see both. I think there's room for both.
I think there's room at that location for both. You can have the tiny homes because we own all that parking lot and it's not even being used. I just think that because we're talking about hopefully a nonprofit to step in and manage our homeless, instead of spending $1.7 million on the old Boys and Girls Club, which we've already committed that we want to do something, we bought the building. You can do both and do an RFP for the right, nonprofit to move in to help us to manage the homeless. Because let me tell you, you can't just think about Burbank residents. Anybody can come here We cannot say, oh, you're not a Burbank resident. As soon as they show up to our city and they need shelter, we have to provide the shelter. And that's when people start showing up outside. Because when I went to North Hollywood, the one thing I noticed outside of the fence was the leftover trash in that parking lot, the motorhomes, the cars that people were living in because they could park there. And I look at this area, and that's what's going to happen to these businesses. But we could be smart about this and do both of them, including saving that 1.7 million to see what it costs and do an RFP for the piano, and we can have both. We can have.
But this site, that's 91,000 square feet. What's the square footage of the parking lot at the piano store? That's not that big, is it?
But how do you tell the residents that there's an option to keep this homeless shelter out of the neighborhood when we have a piece of property that there's no neighbors? That's a reality. This goes back to the study that clearly says 55%, the safety. But they want us to do something. We have the property. We have the building. We have the lot.
I think we can make it safe. I believe that we can make it safe wherever we put it.
You know what? That's what the great people in the city of LA thought. And then you had somebody.
They didn't think very well.
But this is happening everywhere.
But they did half measures. I mean, LA.
Every
you
city
can't hold them up
says
as a
that
model.
we do it better. Okay, let's take Anaheim. Disney. I can tell you firsthand, when I worked for the railroad, where they would go to. And they would be there at night on the railroad right away because they didn't want to follow the rules of the tiny home village. They would tell me that. They would rather camp out. I'm just saying that we have an opportunity.
We can have different rules. It doesn't have to be so strict.
But we can help them out, but we have the location already.
Okay, gentlemen, let Councilmember Schultz weigh in, please.
Thank you, Mr.
You're very
Mayor.
patient.
That's all right. And I know Councilmember Springer's waiting in the wings too.
I'll catch her after you.
So, Ms. McFarland, you've heard the suggestion about doing tiny homes at the Hollywood Piano site. I'm assuming staff at least considered that at some point. If I'm correct, why did you rule it out?
We ruled it out because of the size. We could use part of the parking lot, as the Councilmember Frutos indicated. Probably, I think you're talking about the Metrolink parking lot, correct? So we could use part of that to put in tiny homes. However, I just want you to think about the trade-off there also, because if we use that parking lot in the future, we're hoping to bring in trains every 15 minutes when we start double tracking, and that would hopefully increase the ridership in that area. And then we may end up at some point of not having enough parking. I don't know. I can't say for sure. And Councilmember Frutos, you might have more insight since you've worked for the railroad and that. But that is one of the reasons that we didn't look at that site. And the others is that we have sorry, I'm thinking while I'm talking. We just looked at that site and we felt that this other one lended itself better to tiny homes because it's dirt. We wouldn't have to change anything. We just build from the ground up, and building tiny homes is pretty quickly when you compare it to other types of infrastructure improvements.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to interrupt the debate too much, but I actually had a couple questions from the report, if I can just quickly breeze through those. And then, so looking at page 3, I think this goes to something that Councilmember Frutos was touching upon, the catchment zone. I was reading about, there are going to be different options for the city to consider, who we are connecting with services, whether it's folks that are experiencing homeless purely within our city limits or perhaps a broader stretch. My question is, I know that there isn't a catchment zone that's anticipated tonight, but what is the approval process for that going to look like? Is that going to come back to council at some point for a discussion and approval?
It would come back to council. We would probably recommend as staff that the catchment zone be the city of Burbank, because this would be the facility that would serve it no matter where it goes, and that catchment zone would include that area. one of the considerations that we have right now are other cities that have built their shelters, have their own catchment zones. And they're starting to get more narrow as more people are using those shelters. And so when we used to be able to put our people in those shelters, because obviously homeless travel and they transition, we were able to have them be in those catchment zones, but no longer. So what's happening is we're seeing that we can't find rooms, one, because there's less rooms out there, and two, the catchment zones are getting smaller and smaller as more people are building and reducing their size for each of their units.
Thank you. Quick question about the possible site design. Now, you mentioned that staff is at least initially proposing using the southern portion of the property, of the parcel that's anticipated for the tiny homes. Is that closer to the residential area, the southern end of the property, or the northern end of the property?
The northern end is closer to the residential, and that's why we would propose that we would use the southern end. Originally, we were thinking we could get away with just using maybe half of it, but because there's easements on the property and we haven't hired an architect, we don't know how far we would encroach from the southern end to the northern end. But our ideal would be to have some type of buffer in between, so it's not right up to the neighborhoods.
And ultimately, the plan is to move the safe to that location?
Correct.
How is the safe performing? Is it being used?
Yes, Councilmember Schultz. It's currently at 50% usage since it opened. Right now, the Salvation Army manages the program, has had people not drop out who've enrolled. And we've also are looking at expanding some of the services there, such as like bringing a mobile shower, which will increase more foot traffic to the location and more users. So, and also looking at adding in a case manager at the site to do more of the wraparound case management. But that would be for those that are outside of the safe, people who are street homeless, and they could work with those people and have a place to do their notes, and that would accommodate that caseworker at the safe.
So one of the benefits of having the safe at the same location of wherever the shelter is that the service provider can provide services for both of those at the same time. And there will be some scales of economy that will save us some money, and we'll be able to allocate that money towards those other services for the shelter.
Thank you. I just have one more question, and then I'll cede the floor. So in terms of the timeline, if I was looking correctly, you said 18 to 24 months from today, I'm assuming. So that would mean that we could be housing people as early as January of 2024 and maybe by mid-year of 2024. If we were to consider what Councilmember Frutos is suggesting and look at an alternative location, how would that impact the timeline?
I can't give you exact timelines because I don't know what that would require in terms of construction and any entitlements or approvals that we would need, drawing up plans. They would be TIs inside the building, and then if we were to add tiny homes on the outside, obviously we're going to have to do some of the same things that we just talked about for the Lincoln Yard site, because we would have to still do our environmentals based on the funding. We would have to have the engineer draw out where those would go. So you're looking at basically the same thing that we would be doing for Lincoln Yard, but then adding in tenant improvements also into that mix. So it could take potentially the same amount.
I guess that's my question is there a reason that this is an either or? Could staff work up both options? Would that delay the opening? I'm just trying to get a sense of, the reasoning behind staff's recommendation.
Staff can work both. It will take us some time because obviously we are short-staffed. We currently don't have a real estate division. Both of my people in that division are out, but we can look at both options and bring them back to you.
Thank you.
But I'm assuming that's just going to delay the project, obviously.
Well,
It's
it
gonna push
depends
it
on how
back.
you want to do it. If you want us to look at both of them and bring them both back and make a decision at either or both kind of decision, yes, that will delay it because we'll have to go do all that due diligence and bring it back. If you want to move forward with Lincoln Yard tonight and have us at the same time look at the piano store area, then that wouldn't delay the one project.
You know, this brings me real quick, colleagues. This brings me back to when we were searching, and I know Assistant City Manager Judy Wilkie knows about this, for a dog park. We went to about 5 or 6 sites in the city, throughout the city. There was no perfect site. Everybody was looking for the perfect site, and there was no perfect site. You know, we've said that before, right?
We've been
Perfect
looking
is the enemy of the good.
We've been looking for at least 3 years since I've been here.
You know,
For a site.
Yeah, we've been looking for a dog park, but there is nothing. You know, too close to the residents, not enough parking, you know, potential for parking for the cars. It's just, we can't find the perfect site. Let me go to Councilmember.
Oh, just one real quick. I won't.
Go ahead.
But the dog park went into a location that didn't affect residents. And the Hollywood place won't affect the residents with the same topic you said.
What dog park are you talking about?
The dog park, the Dick Clark Park that's going up, there's no residents.
Right now, it's LA City property.
No,
It's
well,
being
when
used
it's
by
ours,
LA
but
City.
when we get the dog park, I mean, in other words, with what you said,
I
Mayor,
understand. I
is,
understand.
hey, we can do the same thing at the Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you for your report. I support the tiny homes over congregate living, but I'm wondering if the piano store could be retrofitted to be like the kitchen and bathroom and shower areas, or even if I've only been in that store one time, or if it could be retrofitted so that there are little tiny apartments on the perimeter, and maybe do a combination of the retrofitted piano store and tiny homes. And I support the tiny homes just because from the feedback that I hear from some of our unhoused, it's just worked out better for them. The independence, they have privacy, they can lock their door. And when I visited the little village in North Hollywood, half of the people who lived there were working. Over half, and so they needed access to work and to public transportation, and maybe even educational opportunities that the public transportation, whatever bus you want to take or the train. And I calculate, you know, with the $3 million and 27 units, that's 111,000. 111. That's for the utilities and.
That's for everything,
Okay.
all inclusive. And it could be high, but based on construction costs that keep on increasing, I don't think it's going to be that out of range.
So maybe we could have like an estimate for both, though I feel like the piano store location might be the best. And I suggest that, but not congregate living. And I suggest that we, for example, the extended length of stay is 90 days, but can be extended if the occupant is continuing to work. They're no longer homeless once they're there. So I think it will help for integration in our community and acceptance that it's basically tiny homes. And the one in North Hollywood, I don't think they had a problem. I was only there one time. And, you know, there will be rules to follow. You have to follow the law, and we can make it as attractive as possible and really get people on their feet to their jobs, on public transportation, to an educational opportunity. I think better at the piano store location since the storage is already there. And maybe-
Councilmember Springer, could I interrupt? We've reached the 11th hour.
Okay.
Colleagues? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So, I think it's just more centrally located, and the lease is expiring in 2023. So that's not too far into the future. And a good architect could figure out how to use that building in the best way possible. So that's,
You know, about a year
I have to
ago,
say.
I saw a segment on TV. City of Santa Ana got a couple of warehouses, and they did just what we're talking about. And they just, they did a whole look and see of what it was and then what it became. Amazing. That was the City of Santa Ana.
but not, but was it congregate?
It was congregate.
See, I just don't, I feel like the tiny homes, that there's a track record, a successful track record for that now. And our unhoused are more willing to accept that.
So do we
And our
have
community,
negative-
I think, is
have
more
we heard
willing to accept
negative
it.
stuff about congregate homes? Or are we just talking there, it's my opinion or your opinion?
We can certainly get that
No,
information.
I mean,
don't know if
I
we
can
have
tell
it.
you as a police officer, it's not the folks that really want the housing that the real problem happens. It's the people that don't want to follow the rules of the housing. Then they just go out and they stay around the area. But no, I think both programs, I'm very supportive of it. I just think that we have to take into account that the folks that don't want to follow the rules to be in the tiny homes or the other type of living, we have to factor in that folks will say, hey, no, I'm just going to go down the street and set up my tent, because there's groups out there that give them free tents, from Big Five.
Mr. Mayor, could we hear from Mr. Newman, who has a lot of experience
Sure.
in this, and I'd like to get his feedback on.
While Mr. Newman's coming up to the podium, I'd like to just add that when we looked at some of the tiny home villages, the ones that we saw the biggest problems were the ones that were directly across from a park or areas that already had problem areas. So a lot of the ones that they built in LA, they took a location that was right adjacent to a problem area already, and they built a village. And so when you take a village that already has people that are living in the area, you're kind of compounding that instead of building a village that is away from a place where that entices people to hang out. So in our case, we would not want to build next to a park or some other place where people are already hanging out. The other thing that I would add is that in Burbank, our homeless are different than, and Mr. Newman can talk about this too, but we treat them differently in Burbank. We set expectations, right? When we first started this 3 years ago and started with our reports, we actually had encampments within this city. And thank you to Mr. Newman and Streets Plus and our outreach group, we no longer have encampments. We just really have individuals. We rarely do we see a tent that has more than one or two, right? And it's because of our outreach efforts and the expectations that we set for our homeless here. We're constantly in their ear with our outreach efforts, telling them that they need to be good neighbors, that they need, if they want to be Burbank residents, whether they're homeless or not, we hold them to the highest expectations that we can. And those that don't meet those expectations quite often will leave. Now, they may stay here for a while, but they usually leave one way or another. And Mr. Newman, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Simone. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Bob Newman, Community Development Department, pleasure to be here with you. So, first of all, I'd like to say, to expand on this discussion, we have a very client-centered case management approach, and this tiny home village will be no different. We're all about collaboration and cooperation and working in such a way that the homeless individuals that we're working with, that we can help them move on with their lives by providing them the services and also the support that they need. And so we're looking for a real coordinated and well-managed system, and that doesn't just mean on the property of the tiny homes. That means the surrounding area as well. So we'll continue to build off the programs that we've been doing with our outreach, but this gives us an opportunity, to build our infrastructure. As Simone and Marcos mentioned, that, we have placed people, 136 to date, outside of Burbank because we don't have our own tiny homes, and we've been successful.
Okay, but now it's time for us to set up our own catchment zone to be able to service the people that are within our area. And so our approach is really a contextual case management approach, right? So it's an approach that we will work with, get to know the individual just like we're doing now, and find the resources that are going to help them. With regard to the tiny homes in North Hollywood, which one of them, both of them are by Parks, Chandler, in the 91601 area code, I looked at CompStat and looked at the crime breakdown in the area. Okay, and that area was a D, according to CompStat, before the tiny homes is there, and it's still as such. And that's a Chandler one. Then the 91606, excuse me, location, which is the Alexandria Park, which we've all had the opportunity to visit, is also. And it has a little worse crime stats before, but no change with the tiny homes, okay? Tomorrow, my colleague Marcos and I will hopefully have some more information about the Aurora Seco location in LA that's not too far from here. So our Burbank Police Department does an amazing job. I don't believe any of our segments or our neighborhoods are going to be a D to start with, okay, here in Burbank. So that's going to be quite helpful. But it's really something that we really, really need. Okay, I mean, this is a real layer approach. I kind of look at this when you're investing in the stock market, right? You have two types. You have traders and you have investors. And so we've been like traders. We've been getting 136 people placed here and wherever we could to help them move on with their life. But now is the time to be investors. It's time for us to, to build what we need to help our Burbank own and do it in a very, very robust way. And I can assure you that wherever we place any of our projects, it's going to be a well-coordinated and well-managed system. There's no doubt about it.
I have one question in regards to the report, in regards to the pets were mentioned. Are pets going to be size limitations?
There's some ways we could work through the pet policies. We got to look at some best practices, and we have some tiny homes projects that have been up and running that we can take their best practices and see what they've done to be able to make those accommodations. But that would be
I would
something
encourage you to look at, they've been around for a while, tiny homes. So let's take the best practices. Let's not reinvent the wheel. If there's best practices, let's put them on our list to do or to consider, and then we'll see how that goes. Councilmember Springer, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So the people who will live in the tiny homes are already here. They're within our catchment.
They would be if we set up the catchment area as the city of Burbank.
Where are most of them staying now? In what part? Is there a concentration?
I'm going to ask Mr. Newman to answer that question. He's most familiar with it.
Are you speaking of Burbank or where we place the individuals?
Burbank.
In Burbank. Mm-hmm. They're pretty scattered, and it kind of moves around a little bit. And one thing that we also have a slightly different dynamic, that it appears there's a lot more people sleeping out of vehicles, right, than we had before. So, we just have to, by having this, it gives people an alternative. And as you mentioned, Councilmember Springer, tiny homes are very desirable for people, as opposed to a congregate location. So I think that we'll be very successful in being able to get it full, as well as one of the goals is we talked about 90 days, give or take. And I think we'll be successful in moving people along. After all, we did it without our own catchment zone, right? So imagine what we can do if we do have the resource within the city of Burbank.
Do you think the public transportation is important to these newly housed people in our tiny homes, and proximity to like work opportunities where they could walk if maybe they had got a little job in downtown Burbank, or are those important considerations?
I think that it's a consideration, but I wouldn't put it at the top of the list.
What's at the top of the list?
Well, the top of the list, like I said, is obviously get them off the street and get a roof over their head. And then one of the most important things is give them the supportive services so they can move on with their life, So.
Because some of them, and we've had conversations about them, they didn't want to leave their neighborhood. That was their home, at a certain location in Burbank, say close to downtown. So if we have 27 of them and our homeless population is 291, we're not going to catch them all.
True.
We won't, but when you look at the number of 291, that is overall, so some of those may already be living in their cars, some of them may be passing through. It just depends, the 291 is a number that we get from LASA based on a one-time point-and-count survey. One of the things that, since Mr. Newman came on board, is we're starting to track people better, finding out more information and looking for trends so that we can better understand them and where they're coming from and how to best help. And so we will have more of that information shortly.
Are tiny homes are stackable? Can they be, I'm thinking of dense to save, if the site is smaller, just to maximize that. Like, is there some modular and stacking capabilities? If not from this typical manufacturer, maybe there's another one, and we could use half the land.
They do. Supervisor Hilda Solis, right next to Union Station. They have the Conex boxes, and they built 2 stories to house people. So that is definitely a reality that can be done.
Mr. Newman, do you know anything about that and the success of that? It's still private when they each have their own door and just a little tiny space and a window, hopefully. Yeah, they need windows.
Well, I don't have any specifics on that particular project, but it can be something that can be looked into. But the privacy factor is important. So, and also too, you want to set it up as such that that you have the right proper balance between the case management, the supportive services, and the amount of clientele that you have for maximum results. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. So I think that this has been a good discussion. And Ms. McFarland, I know you've been putting a lot of work into this for months and months. We've been talking about it. I'm supportive of the staff recommendation to look at the site as proposed. I guess my question before I kind of get to the motion I'd like to suggest, it sounds to me like there really wouldn't be too much added work if we were to look at an alternative at the Hollywood Piano site as well. So unless staff has some grave concern about workload, it would seem to me that more information is a good thing, and having multiple options maybe leads to a better informed decision down the road. But what do you think?
If you want to look at both areas, what I would suggest is that we issue RFPs for the architects and engineers to look at both and to give us some off-the-cuff kind of rough drawings of what they would both look like so that we can start looking at, is it feasible for either one?
Sure. Can you, for purposes of my motion, can you remind me of the address of Hollywood Piano so I can?
323 North Front Street.
North
Sorry.
Front Street, okay. Yeah, and I think this is a good idea for all the reasons mentioned. Homelessness is a growing regional problem, and we can't rely upon shelter services outside of our city limit. It's well past time that we pull our fair share, I think. You mentioned that earlier today, Mr. Mayor.
And Councilmember, for your motion,
Yes.
I would also add, if you want us to look at that site on Front Street, the ancillary lots that we also own, because
Okay,
that would include the Metro parking lot and the lot that we own with the safe it's currently on.
Okay, I'm going to take a shot at it, if it's all right with you, Mr. Mayor.
Just real quick, we did have a small discussion item from Sharon about Councilmember Springer mentioned the piano store being either congregate or non-congregate, and there was a little bit of a discussion there, and Can we include that in the RFP, or are we just trying to go just with the tiny homes and leave the piano store
Well,
for a later discussion?
my understanding from Councilmember Springer's comments were that we would do some type of, like a little apartments within inside that building. So basically, in my vision, I'm seeing that we would wall in out from bottom to top, larger, more like apartment kind of complexes within that would just be a room with beds, but taller walls, right?
What I'm thinking is kind of the same thing where, and I don't know if it's feasible, that's what, can be determined. However is best to retrofit that existing building. Maybe each little unit has a door from the outside so that it is, each one is independent and it doesn't even remotely resemble like congregate.
So you're thinking more of, let me say, like the university settings where when you went to college and
Like
you
a
would
dorm
each
room.
have your own room, right? And then there would be shared space. You're
Yeah.
thinking something more like that.
Well,
correct?
that's the way the tiny homes
Yes.
village is, right? There's the kitchen or outdoor dining and showers and toilets. And so can the building be used, the existing structure for service, for the kitchen, for the bathrooms, whatever works, and put the tiny homes around it? Or do we know how big it is?
We'll have to look. What we can do is we can talk to the architect, see what kind of ideas they can come up with, and then bring it back and look at it.
Yeah, so my question would be, can we include that in the RFP?
The congregate and the kind of tiny homes, or just the tiny homes?
Non-congregate.
Yeah.
So
Perfect.
SRO housing is
Yes,
single-room
yes, yes.
occupancy
Mhm.
housing.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, and like a combination, maybe SRO attached and detached, whatever works on the site to
I'm
maximize.
thinking little ADUs.
Yeah.
Right.
And trees. And trees and garden plots.
You got all that?
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to frame it rather open-ended, but in making the motion, that is my intent. My point, though, is I don't want to limit staff. I don't know that we have enough information. I want to hear the professional opinion on the pros and cons of different formats. So I'm going to take my best shot with the language. If you all like it, someone can second it. And if I wasn't clear for staff in any way, just let me know. But my motion would be to authorize staff to proceed with pre-planning work to investigate the feasibility of developing a tiny homes village planned or alternative shelter format located at the northeast corner of North Lincoln Street and North Victory Place and 323 North Front Street and any other ancillary lots owned by the city. So that would be part one of my motion. Part two would be to further authorize staff to issue requests for proposals or RFPs for consultant services to undertake needed analysis, conceptual design, and future operations and maintenance services, along with a homeless services operator associated with the Tiny Homes Village project or alternative shelter format.
I just object to alternative shelter, the word shelter. If we could.
Housing?
Yeah.
That's perfectly fine.
Because we know what it's for. We don't need to label it as non-congregate.
At this point, I'm more saying let's leave it to staff and see what they come back with. I share your concerns about congregate housing. What I'm saying is my motion is let's not rule anything out with what I would describe as not a full, complete picture yet. We don't have all the information, so I'd like to get that information, but I'm leaning your way. I am.
Well, the reason is because Mr. Newman just said, I can't remember exactly what you said, but our unhoused prefer the tiny homes. Is that correct? So why have something where nobody wants to stay? It's just what I'm thinking.
If you build it, they will come.
It's
I
not-
mean, I've spoken with our unhoused,
If you build
there's
it,
no
they will
way.
come.
Well,
There's
I
gonna
believe
stay.
I've made a motion, Mr. Mayor. If it dies for lack of a second, that's fine.
I'll second the motion as is, because I'd like to keep the options open. If at the end of the day we don't like it, we don't like it, we move on. I don't think it's any, time off there. The architect's going to come forward and say, no, this is ridiculous.
Sure, I agree.
I like the motion because it looks at both sites. Hollywood Piano, what I suggested and what the staff suggested, at least we can make a better educated decision and really look at the future for the amount of money we're investing. I support the motion. I'm
It's
going to
going
be
to come
voting.
back to us for a final
Yeah,
decision.
I mean,
And we-
absolutely.
If
I
it gets
support both,
votes.
a look at both
Pardon me, sir?
sides.
If it gets votes.
If it gets votes.
Well, wait, I mean, of course, we're looking at both
Yeah.
sides. I just
Okay.
feel like we should focus on, like, single-room occupancy, but that even has a negative connotation. Tiny homes or units.
I think after
Dwellings.
this discussion, Ms. McFarland probably really knows exactly
She knows. She gets
what
it.
we're
There is a
thinking
difference
about.
between congregate living and tiny homes.
Oh, I know.
There's a
We're-
huge
I-
difference.
yeah, I think she understands.
The motion coined a new phrase, alternative housing format.
Okay.
Shazam.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Of course, I'm with you. I'm with you on that.
Any further discussion?
Okay.
Or comments?
Alternative form,
Madam?
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos,
Yes, and thank you for looking at the other side. Thank you.
Councilmember Springer,
yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Okay, let's see. The final report this evening is the approval of a budget amendment to the fiscal year 2022-23 budget to appropriate funds for the legal fees and costs related to housing lawsuits and enforcement actions. Mrs. Hazel Terubi Artez,
Good. That was a good
Senior Administrative Analyst in the City Attorney's Office, please present the report.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes and members of the City Council. Hazel Turubiartes, Senior Administrative Analyst with the City Attorney's Office. The purpose of tonight's report is to request council authority to amend the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget by appropriating $1 million for legal fees and costs related to the housing lawsuits and enforcement action stemming from the April 18th denial of the Pickwick Gardens project. As the council is aware, currently, the city and collectively the council have been served with two lawsuits, Pickwick Investments versus City of Burbank et al., and Yimby Law versus City of Burbank et al., both of which challenge the council's denial of the proposed project. The city has also received a notice of violation, also known as an NOV, from the California Department of Housing and Community Development. The NOV details the HCD's analysis of the project eligibility and challenges the council's denial of the project as well. The nature of the allegations and the defenses in this housing enforcement action and lawsuits are highly specialized and require specific current expertise of state housing litigators. The city attorney's office has retained the firm Goldfarb and Lippman to defend the city in all three adversarial proceedings arising from the same project denial. Staff has separately assessed the potential liability for legal costs and fees for the pending enforcement of the legal actions, and of the $1 million budget appropriation, approximately $600,000 is estimated solely for attorney's fees and costs of the existing enforcement actions. The cost for the city's legal defense of the HCD notice of violation, the Pickwick Investments lawsuit, and the Yimby lawsuit are specifically excluded from the city's liability insurance policy and are not included in the Fund 530 liability fund budget for this fiscal year. Therefore, a separate appropriation is required. Staff recommends a budget amendment to appropriate funds for the defense of current and future potential housing and land use lawsuits and/or enforcement actions related to the Pickwick Gardens housing project denial. I can answer any questions you may have.
Are there any speakers?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you very much. Colleagues, any questions? Thank you for your report.
Thank you.
It's pretty clear. Vice Mayor?
I'm comfortable just moving forward on this.
Okay.
Move we approve a budget amendment of fiscal year 2022-2023, budget to appropriate funds for the legal fees and costs related to housing lawsuits and enforcement actions stemming from the denial of Pickwick Gardens housing project.
Is there a second?
Second.
A second. There's a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Madam City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
and Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I would like to say this was Mrs. Tudibiarte's first presentation at City Council.
Oh man, I would have asked more questions then. I'm so sorry. We didn't get a chance to grill her.
Now
That's,
that we know that, would you step back and,
yeah. I'm going to have our initiation.
okay, moving on to the next agenda item. This is a time for brief council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments. Brief, colleagues. Councilmember Schultz?
I'll be brief for a change, Mr. Mayor. Just 3 items. Thursday, July 7th, I attended the SCAG Community Economic and Human Development Committee. Primary takeaway is that we were talking about the timeline for the committee's input on a regional housing needs assessment reform and the role that we'll be playing in that. Later that evening, I also had the opportunity to take part in a panel discussion with Assembly Member Laura Friedman and School Board Member Emily Weisberg about the different tools that local, state, and federal governments have to curb gun violence, and it was a really informative discussion. And lastly, yesterday I had a meeting with Together We Can Burbank just to talk about the progress that the City of Glendale is making on a Vision Zero strategic plan. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On Thursday, June the 23rd, I attended a meeting with our Library Service Director, Ms. Elizabeth Goldman, to get an update on the library and the Downtown Civic Center. Later on that evening, I attended with our city clerk the Providence St. Joseph Medical Center Minutes Matter, the Emergency Services Campaign Summer Block Party. On Friday, June the 24th, I attended a ribbon cutting on your behalf, since you were tied up, the Burbank Cultural Market. On Saturday, the 25th, I joined Councilmember Springer for the Civitan Jamboree Day. And then I attended a policymakers council call regarding our utility and legislative matters that I'm going to be working on next week in Washington, D.C. I also attended a Zoom meeting with our CDD staff to get an update from Plus Development Group regarding a project that's working its way up at 4100 Riverside. And then I attended the Civil Brand Commission on Wednesday, July the 6th. I would like to let our city manager know that I thought it was a great 4th of July spectacular at the Starlight Bowl. Please extend my thank yous as I was in the crowd. There were lots of kids, lots of people. They were mostly in the green grass area, but it was well attended, a great fireworks show. But please thank the Park and Rec staff, specifically Erin, as she was sweating and running around and on her little walkie-talkie. Police, fire, and I saw CDD staff up there helping out. So I like how you're bringing other to fill in some of the gaps. Thank you. And most important, I just want to say thank you to the Burbank community that came out and brought their kids and family, grandma and grandpa, and had a really groovy time at the fireworks show, and the band was awesome. That's all I have to report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you. I attended a Zoom on enhanced infrastructure financing districts to kind of get an update on those. Advisory Council on Disabilities, and it was a fun block party at Providence St. Joseph. I attended Civitan Jamboree Day with Councilmember Frutos and had a meeting with Library Director Elizabeth Goldman about the Library Civic Center. And I attended a Greywater class and an OYA class with Craig Hempel. An OYA is like a little reservoir that you put underground. And I threw out the first pitch and attended Nightcap Arts event with Cindy Pease, SCAG Energy and Environment Committee meeting, and PFLAG last night. That's it.
Right. Vice Mayor?
Well, I missed last meeting because I was at a conference in Seattle. That was fun. But then I caught COVID, so that was not fun. That was the opposite. So I was out for 10 days, didn't do much else but get off the couch. Once I did a lot of Zoom meetings, I'll tell you that. I had a conversation with a board member from BTAC about some of the services and the changes in services and the reduction in services over the past few years. It was a little eye-opening for me. And then on opening day, I saw Thor: Love and Thunder at the AMC IMAX in 3D. 3D's back, man. 3D's back. Yeah.
Love and Thunder, huh? Awesome. Let me see, I'll share a few items that I went to. Welcome students at the Burbank Tennis Center. I threw out the first pitch at an all-star game. It's a third and fourth grade girls all-star game. Let's see, retirement. I attended the retirement for Diane Gonzalez. She's retired from the FBI after like 45 years. Retirement party for Susan Sebastian, Boys and Girls Club. I also attended the Burbank Arts Mixer that Councilmember Springer was at the nightcap. And then I threw out another first pitch at another all-star game. This was the 7th and 8th grade boys. So that was exciting. Attended the SCAG Transportation meeting, SCAG Regional Council meeting. I also had a Zoom meeting with staff regarding the 4100 Riverside Drive. I watched Assemblymember Freeman and Councilmember Schultz panel discussion on gun violence. Very interesting and informative. I also had coffee with a gentleman, a young man that is starting a nonprofit called Stay Motivated. He's focusing on veterans and mental health. So very exciting, his proposal. And then today I had the opportunity to speak to the Rotary Club. I had Councilmember Schultz there as a critic. He's going to give me a thumbs down or thumbs up. We also had the city clerk there as well. There was some thumbs down. But anyway, it was fun and I enjoyed it. Some good questions, obviously. They always make them hard. Anything else? Nope. Okay, so now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Councilmember Frutos.
Mr. City Manager, I'd like to see staff report come back to the council regarding making the temporary outdoor patios outside of the downtown P-bit, the other restaurants throughout the city, making them permanent patios in the city.
Yeah, we'll come back. I know we kind of extended that for a year, so our plan was just to figure out what we were going to do and then come back to you before the end of the year.
Okay, as long as you got it, sir. Thank you for reminding me. Thank you. I don't want to get in trouble by the handsome-looking city attorney.
Anyone else? Yes, Vice Mayor?
Mr. City Manager, I'd like a first step report on a local rent control ordinance for the city of Burbank.
Anyone else? I'd like to get a status report on the flavored tobacco inspection procedures and see where we are at that. It's been a while since we had anything mentioned. I hope we got rid of all those flavored tobaccos. Thank you. Anything else, Council? All right. Is that enough, Mr. City Manager? So now we adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, July 19th for a joint meeting with the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education in the Community Services Building Room 104 is 150 North 3rd Street, first floor. So I just want to make sure that our next meeting next Tuesday is not going to be here at the council chambers. It's going to be at the CSB building. Same time, 6 o'clock. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following 4 ways. In person for general public comment, public hearings, and reports to council. By calling in directly to the council meeting at 238-3335 to speak during the general public comment period and public hearing items only. By leaving an e-comment on the city webpage and by emailing the city council directly. So thank you very much and good night. We're adjourned.